So yeah, so everyone made it. So this is actually a successful thing. I was not sure, even though, it's kind of sad that my job kind of revolves around this kind of thing, especially with so many people working from home. And yeah, I'm like, Zoom, oh God, I don't know what I'm gonna do. So because I've just never used it. So I was like, okay, I don't know what I'm in for. But I don't know. So everyone made it, so that's good. Um, I was speaking to BC Breakaway leading up to this. I'm like, I'm not exactly sure what I'm supposed to be doing, because it was way easier when I was just told to show up at a certain place at a certain time and everything would just happen. And now I'm just like, okay, if you're relying on me for this, it's going to get interesting real quick. So, but this worked out on relatively short notice. I mean, it's one of those things that I should have touched base on earlier, because I generally knew this was the road we were going to be going down, because like as of 2-3 weeks ago, with COVID restrictions getting kind of somewhat worse, as a gesture, I suppose, because back 2 or 3 weeks ago was a little more than a gesture. I knew that this probably was going to be where we were headed. So I should have reached out a little sooner, but hey, we all made it and it all worked out great. This has been such a bizarre year in that, on one hand, I think I might have touched on this, in person, just in random conversations over the past year, that on one hand, this year seems like it's gone super quick. On the other hand, it also feels like it's dragged on. I've never had a year that's kind of felt like both. It's just like, I hardly believe it's Christmas in just a couple of weeks, but yet it seems like it's taken forever.
Time compression is just wicked this year. It's like all at once, like exactly as you described, all at once. It's like this year has been the shortest week ever and the longest decade. It's somebody was doing some recaps. Yes, I'm still on Tumblr because there's still some gold in there and stuff like that. Apparently the crazy people moved to Twitter, so beware. But somebody was starting to do a recap of some of the articles that had come out, and just a brief reminder, that was this year, and it's like whiplash.
Yeah. It's when you think that we're about 18 months from the last furry, not quite 18 months, but close enough, that it doesn't seem that it was that long ago that, we were there.
Might be PTSD.
That actually is also a real thing with furry.
I'm sorry.
No, but we love you all.
Yeah, it's a labor of love. So.
It can be stressful, but it's so much. It's ridiculous how something so stressful can be so much fun. But.
Yeah. It's as well, and especially now with everything going on. Honestly, I'm envious of furry cons that that run in, say, January or February, because without a doubt it's done. It's not going to happen in 2021. Us, we're in that really vague, like, kind of, we're aiming for July, and we might be okay, we might not. Unfortunately, I'm leaning towards it's probably going to be tough to do, simply because we're being told that a majority of Canadians will be vaccinated by September, but is majority 50% plus one? Like, if that's the case, that's not enough to actually run with something. That being said, they're kind of divvying it up by quarter by quarter, even month by month. So I think we'll have a pretty good idea come spring. I think, like, in my mind, it'd be very similar to this year. We'd be aiming for roughly March, that we would kind of look at things and go, how does this look? Because that gives people a chance to, if it is a go, get tickets, for flights, things like that. Or if it's not, and they already have tickets, that's 3 or 4 months out that they can go, okay, look, things still aren't happening. Can I get a credit, or whatever it might be?
Yeah.
So I guess we could probably sum that one up real quick for the folks out there wondering, we're aiming for enough clarity by the end of the first quarter to be able to give you an answer that is a little less hand wavy.
Yeah, and that's just it. That's always been kind of something, like, kind of my thing is, I want people to be made aware of what's going on. I don't want it to be one of those things where it's like, 2 weeks before the event and nothing's been said. Is it going on? Is it not? I figure 4 months should give people lots of opportunity to make plans or cancel plans. It also gives us, a little bit of time to see what actually is happening with vaccine deployment. And it's also not just us either. There's so many people doing forecasts now about what vaccination is going to look like. And some are saying, by the end of the first quarter, Canada is actually going to be ahead of most countries. Well, that's great for us. But if you're not going to have any international travelers coming, then, that makes it difficult to run an event like this.
It's one of the joys of Fursuiting that we have so many folks coming in from all corners. It's just great seeing people coming in, visiting and having a great weekend and stuff like that. And we definitely want to have something like that be the event still.
And the other thing that complicates things even further is even this year, when we weren't sure in March or so what things were going to look like, we were all kind of talking like, well, can we push it into October, for example, or November perhaps? And who knows what happens next year? It might be one of those things if by, say, November you're looking okay, but there's so many other events that are going on at the best of times. Especially though, if other events do this, have something you're cramming in all these events into like the last 3 or 4 months of the year, then it gets really tough. So so there's a lot of things we got to go over, but we'll make sure everyone's kept aware. That's the big thing. Is I think so long as the lines of communication are kept open and people know what's happening, that's the important thing. As far as furry things for now, like for this Christmas season, with all this stuff that BC and I've been working on for, like, BC's been working his butt off. Like it's great because he's super excited about this. Not that I'm not, but it's great to talk to him because it's like, oh my god, and he's like, you got to look at this, and that's, I'm envious of that amount of enthusiasm because I can't even be that enthusiastic about like good things, like great, amazing things in my life. I'll be like, oh yeah, it's great.
He's a zebra. He's got racing stripes built in, so he's faster.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. For me, I'm just like, when it happens, it happens. But one thing we've been going over though, and I see, this is the great thing with recording this in advance is, hey, if BC wants to, he can edit things out.
Yeah.
But so I'm pretty sure though we're not making it a surprise. I think he's working on some advertisements for it, but we've decided on the Thalenor Eats for charity, and I've always said I would never do a smoothie, and no. So this year, BC and I were talking about like, what do we do for food and what's the holiday? And he's like, eggnog. Eggnog is Christmas. So it's going to be eggnog, and so it's going to be Thalenor Eats an eggnog, and I'm really
Thalenor drinks a nog.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
So it's gonna be bad. I
told him to get sympathetic heaves from this.
I already am.
Like, because I've there's only a couple people I've mentioned this to, and they're like, I don't even like eggnog, on its own. And I'm like, fortunately, I don't mind eggnog. I might hate it after this, but we'll see. But even that we're going to have to do differently because of group restrictions. So BC's going to buy all the stuff. He's going to throw it in a box, and then he's going to leave it on the step here. And then Kaylin's going to get it because she's my roommate. So she's like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll mix all this stuff up for you. So it'll be very similar to what we're doing here, except it'll be kind of my kitchen and then and BC, and then we'll kind of do it that way. So yeah, I have no idea what's going to be in the box. If it's
Now,
anything like previous years, there's going to be at least 1 or 2 fish products. So that's
That's the stories from the past that I've been at your house for come to mind with that. So like,
yeah. So I'm really, I mean, it's sad. On one hand, I gotta say I am looking forward to it because I always find it funny. And it is. It's 95% hilarious, and it's only that 5% when I actually have to drink it that it's really bad. And who knows? Maybe we'll do smoothies from now on. I don't know. I'm really hoping not.
I hope not.
But,
I don't know. It's like if Kaylin is involved with the preparation, though, you might have a ringer because she can do some amazing stuff, and you might end up with like no matter what you add, it ends up tasting like like some brownie confection or something like that.
and that would be funny because like I mean, just as a and who knows, it might actually be in it. But we were just joking about like brown sauce, for example. And I was thinking it'd be hilarious to do like actually make a whipped cream that is actually blended with that, so you get this brown whipped cream, which actually looked like a poop emoji probably.
Yeah, it would.
But just decorating this fancy, horrible eggnog with that. So, but that's kind of what we're looking at doing. Because yeah, without being able to run the event this year, it's been really difficult for Underdogs because I mean that's a big chunk of change that's suddenly missing with the event not going on like it normally would. Yeah, like it's it's gotten to the point over the past like 9 or so months where I've just decided we could be upset about the way things are going, or we can just accept that this is the way it is. We can't do a thing about it, so we might as well try to find the best parts of it, like sleeping in. It's
Right.
It's so minor, but it's something I'm looking forward to. I don't know. I've got a lot of hobbies I've been putting off for years now that this might actually be when I actually start to actually work on them. We'll see. I don't know. At least, it's one of those things where, being an introvert and, kind of a hermit, this is actually kind of a blessing in disguise in some ways. I am looking forward to things getting back to the way they used to be. Not being able to do beer and wings with everyone every couple of weeks, that's probably the toughest part because that was my big social interaction was that. And now it's kind of like,
We still got to set up a Zoom for that.
We now know how.
Yeah.
So,
now that we have the knowledge for it, it's
Let's do it.
yeah, I think it'd be fun. And I've actually been thinking of it'd be something fun to do where, even a day or two in advance, just advertising it on like Twitter or whatnot, and just because it's Zoom. I can send the link out on social media and I can pick who I accept because it's kind of like this little lobby area where I see who wants to join. And if it's someone I have no idea who they are, or worse yet, the name is really bad.
Cryptocurrency bro.
Yeah, exactly. Like Bitcoin bro or something like that. It's like, yeah, probably will choose no for that one. But yeah, like it's I think that's the big thing I miss because it's not like there's some furries that they'll like every night or every other night or every weekend they're going to visit friends, and
yeah.
I'm almost envious of that. I wish I was that outgoing that I could actually be like, yeah, sorry, going to see someone tonight. Oh yeah, and tomorrow too. But I don't know. I have a tough time going out to do that much stuff. It just kind of burns me out. I guess that's another thing with getting old as well.
No, that's an introvert thing. Is being social uses energy as opposed to gains you energy.
Yeah, it's interesting though.
Like I'm the opposite of you guys. I thrive on it.
And that's the thing. Like if I go back, like 10 years ago or 15 years ago, like that was me. I loved to get out there, and I loved to like meet new people and make new friends. But and I'm not sure if there's a correlation or not. But I also, if you go back about even 5 years ago, I was like a complete like jerk too. Like it's been such a struggle the past 5
Really?
years. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I know, it's hard to believe.
Would
You,
never have guessed.
Yeah.
you are a different person now than you were that many years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, and so so on that hand, when you look at it from that side of things, I kind of rather be a little bit more introverted, but not be like a complete jackass, because I look back at that period of time and it's not a period of time to really be proud of. Honestly, I think to a certain degree, furry has actually helped in a certain amount there too, because it's not like you want to go, oh man, I would do all this stuff if I didn't have to be accountable for things. But on the other hand, you do kind of think of what you do and what kind of image it portrays to a certain extent, and it's not so much that that's why you act better, but it makes you think about it, and just the act of thinking about it goes, yeah, maybe that is a jerk thing to do, or that is a jerk thing to say. And it's difficult too, though, because I'll talk to people that have known me forever, and there's almost that expectation that I'm like that I'll say something like really, really crappy, like just like any random event, someone will be like, oh man, did you see that? And it's almost like they're expecting me to be like, oh yeah man, like what were they thinking, kind of thing. But even in private, when it's with friends like that, I'll kind of be like, well, like I don't even know I can't even think of a situation, just whatever situation, I'll be like, well, maybe they're trying their hardest, kind of thing. Like I'm trying to look at the positive now in every situation, and try to think that yeah, you could take that path where you're going, like you're being bitter and everything sucks. But it's funny though, because there will be, I'll have these conversations with people that haven't talked to me for like say a year or two, and they'll be like, that doesn't sound like the Thalanor I know.
Did you find religion?
So.
Oh, hey, there you go.
Oh, there we go. I just got this pop-up that's like, we're going to remove the 40-minute time limit on your video.
That's off. Thanks, Zoom.
Yeah, they're like, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Val, I'm not a doctor, and I'm especially not your doctor, but the people we are the parts that we play. And your ease with being more, extroverted in the past and stuff like that might have been the persona that you were portraying. It might not really have, like, that might have been the mask you were wearing.
That's kind of how
it's easier with furry, because you get to put on a fursuit and stuff like that, and run around and stuff like that, and reveal yourself more in that way, as opposed to hiding yourself behind a harder shell.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny, like mentioning masks and whatnot. It's also it's also around the time I started fursuiting a lot more that I really started to do that change a little bit. And I don't know if it was the act of fursuiting and kind of being a little bit more being able to let loose a little bit more, but also you have to kind of pick at that point what kind of image you want to portray. And I think by, I'm sure for some people it might be a thing to put on a fursuit and be like, just man, I'm a tough guy, I'm a jerk, whatever you might be. I don't know. For me though, I decided that, like, especially because my fursuit's a little bit more on the kind of the cutesy cartoony side, I decided, that's kind of the image you want to portray. And I don't know, like it could be coincidence, but it's also around the time that I started to, kind of make these different life choices to kind of, better myself. And that could have very well been part of it. The funny thing being is that I hardly fursuit now at all. I was, it's, maybe once or twice a year. And some of it's just comfort level. Part of it's, who do you suit with? Because it's also kind of, I've gone suiting with people that are super, super out there. Like they're super friendly, and they reach out to everyone. And because that's not quite my style, then I'm kind of left sitting there going, like, what am I doing here, kind of thing. And you start to notice it a lot too, because among suitors, they'll be like, oh yeah, you know, film this, film that. And because fursuiters love cameras, and I don't blame them at all. But you start you start to notice though, when you're that more slightly more introverted, you notice that, yeah, and I don't think they're doing it intentionally, but you notice that, you know, suddenly I'm off to the side, like they've all moved on for pictures.
Yeah.
And they'll be like, oh, you should come over here. Not to me, but to each other. And you start to specifically notice you're the one that's not asked to join the pictures. And yeah, that's partially, you know, because that's, you know, I'm just, like I said, a lot more introverted now. But on the other hand, I think there's kind of that, you know, that bias that they're not even aware of either. So that's kind of led to me suiting a lot less too in recent years. I think the last time I ended up suiting actually was last year in well, not actually, no, it was in Vegas, in Vegas and out in the desert too. So that, yeah,
Of course you did.
Wearing a black fursuit in the desert, that was a genius move. So,
That's a foul move right there.
Well, if there were any questions about your sanity.
Well, and it was funny because there were a few of us that went, and we were like, we'll go early so it'll still be nice and cool out. Yeah, cool is like 38 degrees Celsius, obviously. So, and that was early, and that was cool compared to how hot it got that day. But I still have to go through some of those pictures that we took, because we actually got some really cool ones of the bridge that goes over the river just beyond the Hoover Dam. So I got some really cool pictures of fursuiters with the dam behind them, because I wasn't wearing my fursuit for that, because I'm like, there's no way I'm climbing. There was this huge hike of stairs to get to the top, and then down a highway, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'll take pictures. How about that? But out when we were actually at it wasn't Red Rock Canyon, it was Valley of Fire is where we ended up going. And yeah, that was a lot of fun, but man, that got warm after a while. But yeah, at least we did it in the morning and not in the middle of the afternoon. So I don't know. And it's actually, I think that was the first time I actually traveled with my fursuit too, which was, it's funny because it was my first time, I'm like, I don't know how to pack all this stuff. So I'm like, okay, how do I fit all this stuff in the suitcase? So I'm like, okay, well, I could fit like shirts inside the head. I can fit socks inside the head, because everything to try to save space at that point. And then it's like, it just looked bad. Like if you drop my suitcase at the airport, TSA would be involved, because it looked like it would have just gone everywhere if it dropped. So
an explosion of clothing and horse parts.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It would have been bad. It'd be like smuggling wildlife. But yeah, so that was my adventure. That was the last time I think I went suiting. So that's kind of sad. I mean, I guess I did for the summer parade we did this past summer. I suited up for that, but even then I was kind of just like, you know, okay, I'll do it because I'm being asked to do it. Suiting's just taken a different turn for me. Not a bad turn. It's just the way it's gone. I don't know, and things might change with time too. I do want to get more into suiting again, and I do want to work on being a little bit more outgoing, especially in suit, because that's kind of when you want to do it. You don't want to be like, oh yeah, I'm over here. I mean, I guess if I had an Eeyore fursuit, it would work perfectly, because then I could just be in the background. Thanks for noticing me.
But Val, what if I make you a Furby head?
Oh
yeah, you never know. See, it depends. Nightmare fuel.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You just go wander around the Arbor Lounge and repeat random words back to people.
Yes.
Really
Yes.
Yeah, I am looking forward to when we can do Furry again, though.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be optimistic about it.
But yeah, my annoying optimism aside, I do get that we are approaching the feasibility of the event going on in July from the wrong side of the line.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things. There's things that have to be met, not things that have to be taken away.
Yeah.
It's going to be a slog to get there. Maybe the situation across the globe will change rapidly, like production and distribution and uptake and all the rest of that. And people, getting their heads out of their posterior orifices and yeah.
Yeah, and that's really going to be what it comes down to. I mean, that's because that's something to bear in mind too. Is from an event standpoint, it doesn't necessarily have to mean that everyone's vaccinated. As long as you've got that combination of a certain number vaccinated, but also just people doing what's right and keeping the numbers down. If you had, say, 50 new cases a day, things would be opened up wide open again. And I would be, then it comes down to our personal comfort level of what we're comfortable with putting on. Are we comfortable putting it on with, the possibility? And that gets to be a really difficult decision to make. But at least it'd be a decision to even consider. Whereas if the numbers are still gross and you still don't have, a majority of the population vaccinated, then it gets really difficult to decide, or rather, I should say, it makes it easier, not more difficult. It makes it easier because you just know it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But
I do not want the pox or the lurgy. As much as I am annoyed by I don't know if the light catches it, but I've got mask muzzle is my thing now. Where the mask pulls back on the beard, so I get the nice little crease. Yeah.
Just look like shadows. It's fine.
Yeah. Thal gets to work at home. Like, I get to work at home whenever I can, which is awesome because in some respects, the lab that I built in my own basement is better than the lab downtown.
Yep.
But there's certain things that I actually have to be there because there's no amount of, being a keyboard jockey that will actually get fiber optic lines connected to each other and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So, I get to wear a mask and head on down and mingle amongst the flea lickers.
Yay.
Yeah. But I don't know. And this might be something we do more often too. I mean, it's nice just to be able to touch base with people. Like, it's easy to chat, but it's not quite the same as this. This does, it's a little bit more like interactive than, having to type something and you wait for, 5 or 10 minutes for a response.
Right.
So, but so we'll keep in touch.
Okay.
But so I'm sure before Christmas I'll reach out. But again though, and hopefully everyone watching has a great Christmas too. So as best as we can make of it, that's all we can really hope for at this point. So
we are currently living in history-setting times. There's going to be historians that are going to specialize on a per-month basis for 2020. There's a hell of a lot going on. Hang in there, folks, and do your best to abide.
Yep. So you guys have an awesome evening. And
You too.
Yeah, and I shall keep in touch.
Excellent. Talk to you later then.
Yeah.
Hey,
Take care.
we're going to make today are my absolute favorite holiday cookies. They are semi-sweet chocolate pecan shortbreads, and they have been my favorite since I was just a little kitten. So I'm going to teach you how to make them. I have all of my ingredients all ready to go, so we can just get started, and I can stay relatively clean through this. So, the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to take 1 pound of butter, right here, which I already have ready, and we're going to put it in my mixing bowl. Caution, may have cat hair. And put it on the mixer. With the paddle attachment, if you guys don't have a KitchenAid, not a big deal. I just do. Okay, so we're gonna start with also some sugar. I have 1 cup of berry sugar. The difference between berry sugar and regular white sugar is that this is more finely ground. And it does make a difference with these cookies. So, we'll lock the mixer and we'll start it low. Let it mix for a little bit. Get it so it's fully incorporated. And then what I'll do is I'll scrape down the mixing bowl and the paddle. As you can see, there's a big chunk of butter on it. You don't want that. To cream more. I mean, like, cream doesn't get fluffy. You guys are so bad. So, as we're creaming the butter and sugar, stop that. You'll notice as it's mixing, it will get lighter in color, and it will stick to the sides of the bowl a bit more. You want it to get really fluffy and really light. It'll take a little bit. It will also get a lot softer. So you're going to want to scrape the sugar and the butter down a few times, just so it gets softer faster.
And this is Dory, and we are part of the Underdogs rescue family. Dory came to me 3.5 years ago, and we fostered her. She was brought out of Ontario and saved from breed-specific legislation. Underdogs actually saved her life twice, as she had an obstruction in her tummy and required surgery, which they supported us through and arranged just the best veterinary care. We also got support in the form of a trainer helping us understand her needs and to make sure that we could give her the best life possible. I can't say enough good things about the organization and the other families and the dogs. They're so careful in screening who they bring in and who they pair. My life wouldn't be the same without this girl. And she's just a total joy to have. She's pretty spoiled. And we're grateful for her every day. Thanks, Underdogs. Say thanks. Thanks, Jade. Thanks, Tasha.
All donations go to help dogs like Walter. Right, buddy? Say please. Good boy.
Butter and our sugar, which has been thoroughly creamed and is light and fluffy and aerated, which is perfect the way that we need this for this recipe. And we are ready to incorporate the other ingredients. So what we have here is 3.5 cups of flour that I have pre-measured. We have half of a cup of cornstarch. We also have 6 ounces of semi-sweet baker's chocolate, which has been coarsely chopped, and we have 1 cup of toasted pecans. So, for those of you who don't know, to toast pecans, all you have to do is line them on a baking tray with parchment paper, set your oven to 350 degrees, make sure that they're all evenly spaced out, and throw them in there. Set your timer for about 7 minutes or so. When your timer goes off at 7 minutes, take them out and stir them around with your spatula. Kind of get them all so they're mixed up and turned over and whatnot. It doesn't need to be completely thorough, but just give them a stir. Then throw them back into the oven for about 5 minutes or so. Set your timer for that so you don't forget. And then once that timer goes off, you can take them out and let them cool a bit before you throw them into here. Now, to do the rough chop of the baker's chocolate, I don't know if any of you are very familiar with baker's chocolate, but you find it in your grocery store's bakery section. It comes in a little box. They're little rectangles that look kind of like chocolate bars. And all you do is you take a chef's knife or a big knife, and you just chop it on a cutting board so that it will look like that. You don't have to really do it really fine, but you have to do it so it will kind of incorporate itself into the mixture as you mix it. Alright, so with that said and explained, we are ready to incorporate stuff into our wonderful mixture here. So, start with our flour. This is gonna get absolutely everywhere. Oh, I got it in! Alright. And we'll also put in, at the same time, our cornstarch. Alright. 2 for 2. So, at this point, you just want to start the mixer slow. Because that's what's going to happen if you go too fast. It'll go everywhere, and it'll be a big cloud, and you don't want to have to clean it up. So, let that mix and incorporate itself fully before we add our pecans and our chocolate. Mixer's having a little bit of difficulty. It's okay, you can do it! It sounds like it's having trouble. So, you want to give it a scrape before you add the chocolate and the pecans. Just to make sure that you don't have any pockets of just flour or just butter. So we'll scrape it down as best as we can with our large paws, which is kind of questionable. There's going to be an excess of cat hair in this recipe. That is now one of the ingredients. All right. I'm not seeing any butter or pockets of flour, so I think it's good to add the chocolate and the pecans. We'll take the pecans first. Throw them in. And then we'll put our chocolate. So obviously this recipe is not for dogs because it's dark chocolate. No, I say that with love. You guys can have it. Just maybe do something different. Milk chocolate? Maybe crappy chocolate? I don't know. You want to set it to low because if your mixer is making sounds like that, you don't want to make it do things it doesn't want to do. Oh, it's coming. Get down there. All right. This looks like cookie dough. I'm trying to escape. Okay. This is our bittersweet chocolate shortbread cookie dough. And it is delicious. And because there are no eggs, you can actually eat the cookie dough safely. And it is so good. Alright. Scrape all that stuff off. Take off the paddle as you get hair everywhere. Maybe. There we go. Cat hair. Alright, so next we will be scooping them onto a tray. Now, for this, you're going to want to line a tray with parchment paper. Two lines, but I figured this would be mildly entertaining to try and line one on film. Okay, actually that worked a whole lot better than I thought it would. There, okay, so now we can scoop our cookies. Uh-oh. I almost lost the tray. Okay. I'm going to use spoons. You can use your paws if you want. But I'm trying to limit the amount of cat hair. So I'm going to use spoons. So, these are just going to be rough. Like so. You don't want them to be much larger than that. Or, you know, if you want giant cookies, I guess that's up to you. But I typically like to make them about this size. These cookies don't really spread a lot when you bake them, but they do spread a little bit. So what you're going to want to do is space them out still. I like to do 3 to a row, just like that. Exactly like this. See? You can do this. These are easy and the best. This one's going to be a little bit smaller. So just like that. Alright, so once you have all of your cookies scooped out on the tray, we're ready to bake them. So, we're going to throw them into the oven. Your oven that you preheated before to 350 should be good and ready. Right onto our pizza stone. Just like that. And then, so what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to set the timer for in between 20 to 25 minutes. I'm going to set our timer for 25 minutes since I know how our oven works. And they should be a nice light golden brown just on the bottom. If the cookies are fully brown, then you've overbaked these ones. I know with some cookie recipes that's what you want to see, but not with these ones. They should just be very, very lightly brown. And I'll show you what that is when we're done baking. And if I can set it. There we go. So now our cookies are in. The timer is set for 25 minutes, and all we have to do is wait.
I'm Candon McGuffin.
And I'm Marlo. And we're the Hockey Bros.
I make saves on the ice, but you can help save the dogs at Underdog Rescue.
Underdogs Rescue is a not-for-profit organization dedicated to rescuing power breeds such as pit bulls and Rottweilers from shelters across Canada.
Let's do our part and donate what we can to help these dogs find a new forever home.
Just go to underdogsrescue.com and click that donate button.
They're ready to go. If I can turn off the timer. Okay, So, you want to be really careful with this. This pan is going to be hot, in case you didn't know, and have never baked cookies or cooked before using an oven. Oh, they look perfect. Okay, so I'll show you what I mean by lightly brown. So as you can see, there's like light golden color on the like rise texture parts. That's when you know it's done. So it's lightly browned. Now what we'll do is we will wait maybe about 10 minutes for them to cool a little bit so we can handle them. We still won't want to handle them with our claws. We're going to use a spatula, and what we're going to do is we're going to put them onto cooling trays so then they maintain their crispy, wonderful texture. Because if you leave them on the pan to cool fully, they'll get a little bit soggy. So we'll just wait for that. Alright, so these have cooled for approximately 10 minutes. So the tray is still really warm. You want to be careful. I just have excessive amounts of calluses on my paws, so I can lift them. We're going to put these onto a cooling tray so they can finish cooling and they can maintain their crispiness. The reason why you want to put these on a cooling tray is because this way the air can circulate around them, cooling them fully at the same time, as opposed to keeping them on the baking tray, which effectively continues the baking process until the tray cools enough to make that stop. So they bake slowly for a while after you take them out of the oven. We want to stop that. So take our handy dandy spatula, because these cookies are still going to be quite hot. And we're going to keep them onto our cooler rack. Just like so. Give them space. These need space to breathe. But they look delicious and I can't wait to try one. Just like so. Now I can put all the rest of the cookies in that I scooped up, and what we'll do now is we will wait for these to cool fully, and then we're gonna eat some. Yay! Oh, look at that. Okay, so they are definitely cool enough to eat. We let them sit for about a half an hour to let them cool. So they're still a little bit warm, so that chocolate is ooey gooey melty, and you get that really nice, warm, freshly baked cookie yumminess as you eat it. So, now, the only thing left to do is try one. Well, would you look at that? It looks so good. Okay guys, bottoms up. I could eat all of them. Thank you for baking with Candon. Baking Christmas cookies with Candon. I hope you learned something. Oh, because we made my favorite cookies ever. Enjoy your baking. Enjoy your holidays. Everybody have a Merry Christmas. Yay!
This is Furry TV.
Hello everyone, it's Christine and Boomer, an Underdog alumni, and we just want to say Merry Christmas to our friends from Furry. We really do appreciate all the support that you've given us because it allows us to rescue dogs like Boomer and provide training and foster home support and vet bills and all of that stuff. So we just wanted to say thank you and hope that you guys are all staying safe, and we will hopefully see you in 2021.
Coming this March, Vernal Equinox presents their first ever virtual event, Pixel Perfect.
What's it gonna have? Are we talking panels, art?
Panels, art streams, gaming, and much more.
What about dealers? I've been looking for artists.
Roam the dealer's den, jam all night to our amazing DJs, or just chill with your friends.
Next thing you're gonna tell me you guys built a VR world just for the event.
You can even explore the VR world we built just for the event.
Okay. Can I just meet friends and play games if I want?
Yep.
And I don't suppose you have a
dedicated Discord server where you can meet and find people to chat and play games with? Got that too.
Wow, that does sound really cool.
Sure does. Come join the fun in 2021. Vernal Equinox presents Pixel Perfect, March 19th, 20th, and 21st.
Hi, I'm Shelby. You like dogs, right? Well, you can help some really great dogs by donating whatever you can to Underdogs Rescue Society. Last year, furry attendees helped raise $11,000 for them, which has helped them continue their work trying to find forever homes for often misunderstood dogs. But with COVID-19 and no furry, the ability for Underdogs to raise funds has all but dried up. With today's event, however, you can make a difference. Please go to underdogsrescue.com, right down where I'm pointing. Click that donate button and give whatever you can to Underdogs so that they can keep doing the great work that they do. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to Fursuiting in the Time of Quarantine. I'm your host, Shatani. I'm so thrilled to have the opportunity to be able to contribute to Fur-A's programming this year. One of the great things about furry conventions going virtual is that the convention-going experience has now become more accessible to so many more people than before. From the comfort of our own homes and for a fraction of the cost, we can now attend and support furry conventions across the country or even on the other side of the world. And whereas I would normally never be able to attend Furry in person due to finances and logistics, I'm here able to be presenting my panel to you all today. Let's start with a brief introduction. Hi, my name is Shatani. My pronouns are she, her, and my persona is a king cheetah. I've been an active part of the furry community since 2012, though I had been following along for many years prior. I've been a fursuiter for 6 years and counting, and it's one of my most enjoyable pastimes. Let's take a look at the situation at hand. As we all know, the furry community is a vast and diverse space, and there are so many different ways that we connect with the community as well as each other. Though not at all required to take part in the furry fandom, there is a small yet vocal minority of us who enjoy fursuiting. For those of us who do have fursuits, of course, it is such a really fun pastime and a creative way for us to express ourselves. We've invested a lot of time and effort into this. Either you paid someone a great deal to make a fursuit for you just to your specifications, or you've even made it yourself and put all of that time, learning process, materials, and everything into creating what are essentially these wearable works of art. And our fursonas are characters that are very near and dear to us. Fursuiting is something more than just cosplay. We're not dressing up as a character from a video game or a movie that somebody else created. We've made these characters ourselves and grown very attached to them, and having the opportunity to embody them in the flesh, so to speak, is personally significant. Fursuiting is not just a performance. In our community, it's a social activity. We've come to rely on fursuits as an aid for socializing, networking, and having fun. Many furries have some level of social anxiety, and no matter which side of the costume you're on, fursuiting helps break the ice and embolden folks to be more confident, able to speak to people that they normally wouldn't have the courage to talk to, try new things, and go to places that they would never go before. Naturally, conventions are where the bulk of these social gatherings take place, but with the current state of the world, all in-person furry cons have been canceled for the time being. The same goes for fur meets and the like, and with many places re-entering lockdown, people can't even go outside to public suit. This begs the question, what do I do with my fursuit when there are no in-person events and I can't even go outside to meet up with my friends? Now, a lot of us can't go to many conventions for whatever reason, be it finances, logistics, getting time off of work. Perhaps there aren't very many furry events in your area. So I don't really go to as many cons as some of the more prolific fursuiters and fandom personalities that you might happen to see online. For this reason, I've gotten really good at finding ways to utilize my fursuit without having to rely on an external event. Shortly after the pandemic began, I noticed that a lot of my fursuiter friends and peers on social media were lamenting that they didn't know what to do with their fursuits without conventions. They were completely at a loss and even talked about how they felt sad and disappointed looking over at their fursuit all packed away in the box, untouched, waiting for the chance to wear it again. This threw me for a loop, to be completely honest, and I thought to myself, well, what's stopping you from wearing your fursuit right now? I realized that there was a niche that I could help fill and decided why not share those techniques and ideas with my fellow fursuiters to help make their quarantine experience a little more bearable. So, without further ado, let's get into it. One of the simplest and most accessible things that you can do with your fursuit at home is photo shoots. Now, a lot of people are daunted by this at first. When people hear the term photography, they think you need expensive cameras and lenses and lighting equipment and the whole 9 yards. This couldn't be further from the truth. While having dedicated photography equipment would be, of course, helpful for a hobbyist or someone just looking to have fun, it's by no means required. These days, almost everyone has a smartphone right there in their pocket. With the ubiquitousness of phones, they're almost required for modern life, and so the standard smartphone can do a lot more than folks give it credit for. Unless your phone is really old, like several years old, it's likely that it has a pretty high quality camera, definitely serviceable for taking fursuit photos. Now, every fursuit is built differently and has a different set of limitations, but some things are more difficult to do in fursuit if you don't have a handler. A handler is a second person, not in fursuit, who helps a fursuiter do certain tasks that they would need assistance with based on the limitations of vision, sight, dexterity, and mobility that most fursuits offer us. Depending on your situation, whether there are people you're sheltering in place with, you might live alone, or maybe your household members aren't willing to help you out with your fursuiting, or they may not even know about this interest of yours. You may need to find yourself having to manage by yourself. Worry not! There are tons of tools you can use to assist with doing photo shoots entirely on your own. I personally am fortunate enough to live with my partner who is also a furry, but there are times when she's busy and she can't help out, or maybe I have a really specific vision in my head for how I want a certain shoot to go, and it's not something another person can visualize. Or maybe, I just don't want to bother her for whatever reason. I'd rather do it myself. Over the years, I've picked up a bunch of tips and tricks for managing fursuit photography entirely unassisted. The number one tool, which for me is a lifesaver, is voice activation. If you go into the settings on your phone's camera, there will likely be a toggle for this. On my Android phone, it's called voice control. It might be different depending on what type of phone or system that you have. You can say a command like smile or capture, and the phone will take a picture. I like to say cheese because it makes my eyes crinkle up, which very much helps with my unique type of fursuit that I have. Voice control is super helpful for hands-free photography. If your fursuit has big unwieldy paws that are hard to get on and off quickly, or like me, you have fursuit paws with attached arm sleeves, and you can't remove your paw without entirely starting to disrobe your body, you will find this extremely helpful. Honestly, I think voice control is severely underutilized for cell phone photography. A lot of people I met don't even know that their phone can do this. You can even use it to record videos, not just pictures, though we'll get to that later. For getting a full body shot or something staged, like a wider shot in front of a backdrop, you're going to want to place your camera on something instead of just holding it. I recommend a tripod for this. Again, it doesn't have to be something fancy or expensive if that's not financially accessible for you. You can do a lot with just those little 3-leg phone tripods with the bendy legs. Selfie sticks are also a viable choice. They were super popular a few years back. You probably have one just lying around the house somewhere, collecting dust. Why not put that to good use? And of course, timers. You can set up the timer on your phone or use an external timer. These little handheld gadgets you can buy online that pair to your phone using Bluetooth. Press the button and it takes a picture for you. If you have a smaller hand paw on your fursuit with more dexterity, you can use one of these pretty easily, or you can even hide it inside your paw so the remote isn't visible in the shot. And if all else fails, you can always go for the tried and true hand behind the back pose. Again, you don't really need to go out and buy a lot of stuff. This is all about fursuiting at home with what you already have. If you don't have a tripod for your camera, you can just stack up a bunch of books or boxes and lean your phone on top. If you need better lighting, there's no need to buy pro light setups when a well-angled desk lamp will do the trick. Lighting honestly does a lot for good-looking photos, and often your fursuit will look different in natural and artificial light. Play around with this. If you're lacking a secondary light source, wait until the height of the day and position yourself in front of an open window. See which you like best. If you want to really make your pictures pop, a little editing goes a long way. Perhaps your camera isn't the best quality, or your picture came out a little blurry. Some very basic editing can help clear that up. You especially see this when taking pictures with the front-facing camera on your phone, as that is usually of a lower megapixel quality, and the photos you take may be grainy or a little less clear. Many phones allow you to edit your photos right from the camera app, and of course, various social media apps have a plethora of filters and tools that you can use. Even Telegram, which you probably use if you're a furry, has photo controls that lets you adjust the saturation, gamma, contrast, etc. of pictures that you're sending to make your shots look real snazzy. Now, most of us don't live in a mansion or have a whole photo studio full of props and backdrops at our disposal. That's okay, this is all for fun. Try rearranging your furniture, use different camera orientations, and basically see what you can do with what's available to you. There are a lot of online tutorials and life hack style videos that show you how to do cool and creative photo tricks with what you already have lying around in your house. How about some ideas for all these photo shoots you'll be taking, huh? Well, let's start off with something simple and easy. You've got hobbies other than fursuiting, right? Right? Why not go ahead and show them off to the world? If your fursona, like mine, is basically yourself, you can set up scenes that show what you like to do. Or if your fursuit is more of a separate character, you can think of activities that fit with their personality or the world that they live in. Here we've got Wad, who is not only a fursuiter, but a fursuit maker, making fursuits while in fursuit. How cool is that? And Babbles the bunny is outside doing some gardening on a lovely sunny day, the perfect environment for a bunny to be in and something that really fits his character. Cosplaying is always super popular and also a personal favorite of mine. After all, fursuiting is just another form of cosplay. We're simply dressing up as characters of our own creation rather than ones someone else made up. I got my start cosplaying before I even got into fursuiting, so this is something that I still enjoy. I really like combining costumes with my fursuit to blur those lines and help bridge the gap in people's minds that some people create for no good reason between fursuiters and other types of costume performers. As you can see, here's a photo from a shoot that I did as Diva from Overwatch in her carbon fiber skin. I set up a bunch of video game cases, some Mountain Dew and Doritos, simple props just lying around the house that really help flesh out the scene a little bit more and make it look like a quality photo shoot. As well, we have Fangorn, who is of course dressed as a Jedi Knight from Star Wars, complete with a working lightsaber and some space-related paraphernalia. Very cool and very fun. Bedroom posing is a tried and true furry fandom favorite. Also, a valid option for the itty-bitty living space people. Even if you live in a dorm or apartment or somewhere without a lot of space, I'm fairly certain you at least have a bedroom to call your own. Things like coordinating bed sheets or stuffed animals that match your persona's species can bring a little more character to your photos. And whether you choose to go for sleepy, cute, or even a little spicy, there's a whole gamut of moods that you can convey with these type of pictures. Working from home. Now here's a new fursuiting scenario that actually came to be because of the pandemic. Thanks, COVID! If you're fortunate enough to be able to work from home, you can pop your fursuit on and snap some pictures showing what a typical workday is like for you. And even if this isn't the case, if you think it'd be fun or it would fit your persona, you can totally set up a working from home set and do that anyway. It may sound silly to lay it out like this, but folks really do forget that you can just make things up for fun. I mean, look at me. I may not be a cheetah in real life, but I play one on the internet. Staging photos is totally an acceptable and viable option for any scenarios that your imagination can conjure. Playing with pets. Oh, this is a great one. Here we have Edward getting in some valuable pooch time, and Blue with his own beloved dog, whose appearance actually inspired the look of his own fursuit. The juxtaposition of real and costume animal gets so many reactions from folks online, whether it be dogs, cats, ferrets, rats, birds, reptiles, even fish. If you share your home with pets, they can often make for really fun and unique co-stars for your fursuit photo shoots. Keep in mind that animals can often react unpredictably to people in costume. So if you've never tried this before, take time to assure that your pet is accustomed to your fursuit and interacting with you while you're wearing it. You do not want a traumatized and injured pet or a damaged fursuit. Cooking is another fun photo shoot idea that ties into the hobbies that I mentioned earlier. I'm doing a staged photo here, but there are some fursuiters who can and do actually make food in fursuit. Buttercup is an absolutely darling fursuiter who runs a YouTube channel called Bake Me Up Buttercup, where she bakes lots of yummy treats in fursuit and shares the recipes with her viewers. I recommend checking her out if you're interested, and I'll also be touching on this topic again a little bit later on in the panel. Fursuit pictures don't need to be elaborate fancy scenes. You can just show people scenes from everyday life. This is something that doesn't require a lot of outside effort or preparation, which makes it quite accessible to any fursuiter. Here we have Captain Julius, who is a cuttlefish, sitting down to have a picnic and eating some sushi, which is an absolutely hilarious and creative idea that plays off the species of his fursona. Meanwhile, Ashram is in fursuit doing laundry, and what makes it even more unusual is that he's hanging up yet another fursuit. Again, there's so much potential for creativity here, and just the fact that a big animal is doing it can make even the most mundane task memorable and engaging for your audience. As a more specific offshoot of the previous topic, show people what you've been doing during quarantine. In the past few months, I've really relished dressing down, wearing some nice comfy clothes, and relaxing with a big cup of hot tea to play some Animal Crossing on my Switch. So here I am doing just that. And finally, the tried and true selfie. No frills, no bells or whistles, just take a nice photo of yourself. Portraits like these are great for showing off different facial expressions or moods of your fursuit, as well as a really nice outfit or accessories for us partial fursuiters. Utilize what you have in your environment for these. Say you're taking pictures in front of a blank wall and you want less negative space behind you. Use a poster or a cool art piece that you have in your home that you can frame yourself in front of to make a more interesting shot. One thing I want to highlight before we move on. This unprecedented situation can give us unique opportunities for fursuiting that we normally wouldn't be able to access. Many fursuiters have reservations about fursuiting in public when not at a convention or other socially accepted setting. This pandemic has forced a lot of people indoors, which means that outdoor spaces are not as populated as they used to be. So for those of you who might be more shy or hesitant about suiting outside where you may run into non-furries, this may be your chance to try some new things. I myself had what I consider a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity this past June, when a crosswalk was painted with the Progress Pride flag for Pride Month, and the main intersection had also been shut down temporarily due to the current global situation. I grabbed a photographer friend of mine, and while staying socially distant, we were able to go out and get these absolutely amazing shots, which otherwise would have normally been impossible. Other fursuiter friends of mine have reported being able to go hiking and climb mountains with their fursuits for some really breathtaking photos, or being able to go out to abandoned shops or businesses that have closed down. As long as you can do it safely and make sure that you're social distancing, this can be your opportunity to do some really cool stuff. Please note that if you do choose to go outside for fursuiting, you must also wear a protective face mask under your fursuit. No, a suit head is not a substitute for a mask. Fursuit heads are built to have the best possible ventilation and airflow, which is the exact opposite of what a medical mask is designed to do. A fursuit head doesn't filter anything, and it will not prevent the spread of viral particles. It's not a good idea to even joke about this. Even in the context of humor, it spreads the idea, which can lead to uninformed people making some very unwise decisions. Wear a mask, people.
Hi, I'm a dog, and I have a home. But not every dog is that fortunate. Underdogs help bully breeds. You know, pit bulls, Rottweilers, the other large breeds that people may be scared of, to find their forever homes. But that work is expensive, and with COVID-19 and no furry, that work is almost at a standstill. So I'm asking you to visit underdogsrescue.com, click that donate button, and donate whatever you can to help make me and other dogs happy.
Earlier for photography can be applied to videography as well, so please reference those. Again, much can be done with your own phone without the need for a camcorder or a designated video camera. I mentioned voice activation earlier, which can be used not only to take pictures, but also to start recording a video completely hands-free. All the tips about tripods and using tools to stabilize your camera for photography certainly go hand in hand for video recording too. Editing your videos in post. You do not need paid or professional level software to do this. Videos can be edited with many social media apps if you're recording a video to post on your social media. Your phone itself will have a video editor that supports basic editing functions like cropping the screen, changing the lighting, cutting down the length. Maybe you need to cut out the beginning or the end of the video where you took your fursuit paw off to stop the recording. You can just do that right in the video app itself. If you have a laptop, it most likely has a webcam built right in. You can use that and utilize some of the editing tips mentioned to clean your video up a little. If you don't have a webcam or yours is kind of crappy, you can buy your own. I heard some people saying that it was difficult to find webcams online due to the pandemic and the higher demand for webcams since everyone's doing video calls and conferencing, but I personally didn't encounter much trouble when I started looking for mine. This video is actually being recorded on a webcam that I bought a couple months ago, since my desktop computer, obviously being a desktop, does not have one built in. As you can see, the image quality is pretty darn good, and it was not very expensive at all. If you don't have a webcam, you can even use your own phone as a webcam. There's free software that you can set that up with. This is good to keep in mind if you want to do group chats or live streaming in your fursuit, which I will talk more about later. Of course, if you don't want to record on your machine itself, you can record videos on your phone and plug that into your computer to transfer the files over for later editing. If the type of videos that you want to record involve you talking, you'll probably want to use an external microphone to record sound. Fursuits, being something big that's right in front of your head and your mouth, often muffle the voice and can make it hard for your audience to understand you. I've seen some people use lapel mics or other little small ones that they can put inside of their fursuit head while they're talking, and that helps. Or, like I'm doing, you can get an external mic, like a blue snowball or whatever is within your price range, and have that on a stand fairly close to your face to record audio while you're in fursuit. Then you can sync your audio track up to the video. There are free programs that you can use like Audacity to help adjust your audio and clear up background noise or muffling that may occur due to your fursuit head. Another option, which depends on what kind of video you're doing, is to record the audio separately, either beforehand or in post, and edit that into the video itself. If you're doing a how-to video or something with a narration or voiceover, this will likely be what you want to do. Don't focus too much on this. Your videos don't need to look or sound professional unless you're a pro YouTuber or you have a Patreon where people are literally paying you to make fursuit content. It's just something to have fun and keep active in your fursuit during the pandemic. So you do not need to worry about being the best of the best. The most important part is that you yourself are having fun. What are some ideas for fursuit videos you can make? Well, short videos are very accessible and easy for folks to get right into. If you have an idea for a cute little skit, Maybe your fursuit character is having a bad day. Maybe they're trying something new and it's either going well or going poorly. Maybe they get locked outside while bringing in the mail and they have to figure out a way back into the house. Fun stuff like that. Memes are obviously super popular and super easy to make videos about while in fursuit. Every day there's some new meme going around online. If you're looking for quick and fun things to do in your fursuit and keep your finger on the pulse of what's going on in the community, this is the way to go. Dance videos. Fursuit dancing is extremely popular and a big subculture in its own right within our furry community. I myself choose not to dance in fursuit. The public does not need to be subjected to that, let me tell you. And I have the utmost respect and admiration for those of us who do have the skill to dance in fursuit and want to share their talents and expression with the world. If you have even the slightest modicum of dance talent, I recommend dancing in your fursuit. You can even do updates in your fursuit, talking about what's going on with your life, current events, how you're handling the pandemic, anything new or exciting that's going on. Where to post these videos that you're making depends on where you're most active and what you want to do with them. Twitter is a big site for furries right now. A ton of furries are on Twitter and I predominantly use it myself. I know firsthand it has a 2-minute and 20-second time limit. You can get a lot of content into that time frame, but if you happen to go over that, what you can easily do is put a clipped preview of the video on Twitter and link to your complete upload elsewhere online. Instagram is also another great social media platform for short form videos and one that I also use myself. This one has a 1-minute limit on the video itself as a post. Instagram also has a feature called Stories, which are temporary posts that disappear after a day. Those only have a 15-second limit, but if your video is longer, you can chain several of them together. At the time of this recording, Twitter had announced a similar feature called Fleets, though I myself don't have access to them yet and thus have not been able to experience those. Depending on what type of content you're making, you can utilize either of those to your advantage. TikTok is a platform that's super popular, though not one I myself use, so I'm not super duper familiar with its features. I believe it has a 1-minute limit. TikTok also has this unique feature called duets, where you can essentially make a reply video to someone else's video. If you see someone doing a trend and you want to participate, or to add something on to a funny video someone has made, that gives you a lot of content opportunities to work with. TikTok also has an audio library of songs, dialogue clips from movies, as well as user-created audio clips that can be utilized in the videos you make on that platform, giving you some more ideas for your fursuit videos. If you have more to say and do, they can be crammed into just a few seconds. Longer format videos expand your content creation possibilities. I myself run a YouTube channel where I do a series called Cheetah Chat with Shatani. I talk about different topics pertaining to the furry fandom that interest me that I don't really see other people talking about too much. You can check that out if you're interested at youtube.com/Shatani. Discussion videos and talking head style videos are quite popular. Almost everyone has knowledge or opinions that they'd like to share with the community. How-tos are another thing you can do. I mentioned Bake Me Up Buttercup earlier, who runs a baking and recipe video series, all of which is being done in fursuit, of course. If you have any talents or hobbies, like playing the guitar for instance, maybe that's a skill that you have and you'd like to do that in fursuit to be more engaging. There's crafting, building, pretty much anything that you can do in your fursuit, you can show others how to do it too. Reaction videos are a thing, doing vlogs. If you yourself aren't a very creative type, this is always an option for you. Though your videos don't need to be in these types of formats. You can do a short film in your fursuit. Perhaps your character is one that you've established a world and a universe for, or maybe there's a story that you want to be told and you choose to do that through combining the medium of videography with fursuiting. There are even online furry film festivals that you can submit your films to, get them in front of a wider audience, and have the chance to win prizes and accolades for your work. Platforms for sharing these include YouTube, one of the largest and most well-known online video sites. This will get you the largest number of views if you choose to use it, and has a 15-minute time limit for regular users, longer if you are a verified user. YouTube's popularity can be both a blessing and a curse, as you'll get a very wide audience, but you can't control what types of people will see your videos. So you may have some bleed over outside of the furry community, which can lead to harassment and trolling and other less than desirable interactions, so do be aware of that. Vimeo is another platform for longer videos. This one does not have a length limit for uploads, so if you've got something like a feature-length film you've made, or you want to share a 6-hour-long video talking about why Star Wars is bad in your fursuit, you can do that as well. This platform is less restrictive in regards to content matching. YouTube can be pretty militant about that and is absolutely notorious for hitting people with a copyright strike for using something like 10 seconds of a copyrighted song. With Vimeo, you don't need to worry about that. But on the downside, it does have a smaller user base, so you may not get as much organic traffic to your videos, and you might have to do a little bit of a hustle yourself with promoting them elsewhere. Piggybacking off of that, streaming is another thing you can do in your fursuit while you're stuck at home, and you don't even need to leave your house to do it. Gaming is probably one of the most common streaming activities. Folks like to stream themselves playing all sorts of video games, card games, even tabletop games. It's a great way to make new friends, and money has even been raised for charities and good causes through donation streams hosted by furries in our community. Art can also be streamed online. We furries love to commission art of our characters as well as watch the artists at work, bringing the masterpieces to life. Another Magpie Bones fursuit compatriot of mine has done art streams while in his fursuit, and of course, being in fursuit while you make art can drive a lot of viewers to your stream. Q&As, AMAs, Ask Me Anythings, TMI Tuesdays, things where you can interact with your online friends and followers and have them ask you questions to answer and help drive the conversation. Those are very popular as well. Many of the platforms I've mentioned earlier support live streaming in some capacity, those including YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, as well as platforms that are specifically set up for hosting streams, like Discord for gaming and Picarto, which is geared towards artists. Before we transition away from videos, I'd like to mention making GIFs. If you've filmed a longer format video or a short format video like the kinds I mentioned previously, you can snip short clips out of those and make them into GIFs for easy sharing online. Here are some cute examples of things you can do. Aries is playing and cuddling with their pet kitty cat, while Mark is giving us a very cute fuzzy lion wave. If you use Telegram or social media, you'll know how popular GIFs are for use as reaction images. And instead of searching through for the perfect one to capture the mood that you're feeling, you can simply make your own using your fursuit. No need to pay someone $1 billion to make you a custom animated Telegram sticker. People react really well to these, and it's something more novel than just sending an emoji or a generic Telegram sticker of somebody else's character.
This is Penny. We adopted her from Underdogs 5 years ago. Bless you. Thank you to the wonderful people who donate. Because of you, we have had this amazing pup as part of our life for over 5 years now. Thank you, Underdogs, and all those who donate.
Public video projects are so much fun to participate in Fursuit, as well as host. If you're unfamiliar with the concept, in short, it's a creative project where many people come together to bring an idea to life. Someone comes up with a concept for a video they'd like to make, they ask their friends or put out a call on social media for like-minded individuals wanting to participate. Everyone gets their part or instructions on what to do, and they film their part, and the host puts all the submissions together into one collaborative project. Usually, you'll see this taking the form of a music video, as the concept lends itself well to this format, but there's unlimited things that you can do. If you're a fursuiter looking for such videos to participate in, keep an eye out for submission calls on sites like Twitter, Telegram chat, Discord servers, popular places for furries. You can look for people posting like, hey, I'm doing this project and I'm looking for submissions of such and such to be done by this date. If you can't find any to participate in, and you have an idea that you don't see people doing and you want to bring that to life, you yourself can host one. All you need is to just get people to spread the word about your project, and I guarantee you, other fursuiters will come and want to contribute. Let's look at some examples of public fursuiter projects I've contributed to myself. Quarantine by Ringer is a project where Ringer themselves is a composer who wrote a song about what it's like being in quarantine. And for the visual, took a bunch of clips of fursuiters just showing what they're doing in quarantine and put it all together. If you'd like to check out the video yourself, there's a link to Ringer's YouTube page on screen. Another video project I took part in is Mask Up. This was a video where fursuiters were asked to take a short clip of themselves putting on a face mask or utilizing a face covering in some way with their fursuit and submit that to the project. Topical concepts like these are quite popular, and with people submitting and contributing, you've got something great that's more engaging than what you could do just sitting at home by yourself. Again, the link to Moore's page is on the screen if you would like to watch the Mask Up video. Rascal did a really cool series showcasing different fursuiters from around the world. This was a monumental undertaking that spanned something like 20 weeks and 2 separate volumes. The videos were hosted on TikTok, but you did not have to have a TikTok account to participate. All the preparation was done on Telegram, and I haven't even counted all the different countries and continents that ended up being represented when the video project was done. It's such an amazing showcase of all the diversity that we have in the furry community. Again, this is a prime idea of the type of fursuiting you can do and support without having to go out and travel. Group video calls are also a very engaging option. There's no reason to not do this in fursuit if you have other people that you're comfortable fursuiting with on camera. There are different platforms that you can use if you want to start hosting video calls on your own. Zoom allows you to do group video calls for up to 40 minutes with a free plan and up to 100 members. For those who want to host their own meetings and or think this is something they'll be doing very frequently, you can shell out for the paid option, which expands your time limit on meetings. Discord has no time limit and no member limit as far as I know. This is something I've been getting more involved with myself in recent days. Skype, I don't see many people talking about at all, though it does offer video calling and thus bears mentioning. There's no time limit as far as my research could tell, and you can have up to 50 members. Omegle is a browser-based video chat site. You do not need to download a separate client for this, and it's only one-on-one. Telegram recently announced that they will begin supporting video calls. At the time of this recording, it's just one-on-one for now, but they plan to allow group video calls pretty soon. These video calls can either be scheduled or impromptu. For instance, I'm in a cheetah group on Telegram, and all the cheetahs get together every month or so, and we do a group video call where we chat, wear our fursuits if we have them, play trivia together, and it's just a really fun time. At least while interacting with other furries, you'll know it's a safe avenue for you to be wearing your fursuit. And there are many different groups that facilitate networking in this regard. If you, the viewer, are looking for fursuit group video chats that you can start taking part in right now, there's a furry video call community on Discord that does a call every Friday around 9 or 10 p.m. Eastern. It's a pretty relaxed server, the start times are very flexible, and you also don't need to have a fursuit on to join the calls, so don't worry about not being able to make it to every single meeting or what have you. Another event is the Fuzzy Omegle Weekends, which is facilitated on Twitter, but takes place on the video chat website Omegle. Instead of being a group chat, this is a one-on-one thing where you get matched up with a random fursuiter who's using the same event tags. There's no time limit, you can talk to the other person as long as you want, and you can just skip them if you want to move on to the next person. They meet every Saturday starting at 5 p.m. Eastern, so you can check out their Twitter page at Fuzzy O Weekends if you would like to learn more about the event and how you can start participating as a fursuiter. Let's not forget about online conventions. As you can see, I'm attending an online convention right now, I'm wearing a fursuit, and I'm having a great time. Furry went pre-recorded with its holiday programming this year, though many other virtual furry cons are hosted in a live format with events that you can participate in using your webcam. These can include online fursuit parades and fursuit meet and greets, like this one from Megaplex Online that I took part in this past summer. Dance competitions too. Here's a screenshot from the Anthrocon online dance competition back in July. They took pre-recorded submissions beforehand and judged them live on stream. Though some VR chat cons have done actual live dance competitions with the help of body tracking technology, if you enter a fursuit dance comp, you'll likely be asked to record your submission video ahead of time. Costume contests are also a thing. Here we see Temperance doing a cosplay of a Khajiit from Elder Scrolls. No, that's not a render, that is an honest-to-goodness fursuit. And they actually entered it into the Cosplay Central costume competition. So don't forget to look for comic conventions, anime conventions, other nerd fandom events that may be hosting online versions. You don't have to limit yourself to only furry cons. So you recorded a whole bunch of stuff in your fursuit. Where do you share it? Why, where the furries are, of course. And in this day and age, that means practically anywhere. Though there are a few sites that are more frequented by furries and have a rather large furry user base. Twitter is really big among furries right now. Instagram is pretty popular too. Facebook I don't use myself, though I know a lot of other furries do. Mastodon is a chat client that is similar to Twitter, but with a lot better features that has a sizable furry user base. There's actually a really active furry community on Reddit at the r/furry subreddit. You can post there. Telegram is like the Wild West for furries. There's a furry bot that you can use to search for furries in your area, your state, or even your city if it's big enough. You can join groups for other furries of your species, like I'm in a chat for cheetahs, I'm in a chat for other people who own fursuits by the maker Magpie Bones, furries with similar hobbies as yourself, like gamer furries for instance, car furries, you name it, there's a furry Telegram group for it, I guarantee you. The same goes for Discord servers, which I mentioned earlier. And in a like-minded group such as that, fursuiting stuff is more than welcome to be shared. don't stop suiting. So it can be hard to motivate yourself to keep fursuiting in this pandemic. We do as much as we can, but in the end, you're still isolated at home, not actually going out with your friends. It can take a lot to go through the effort of suiting up just to do a couple little fun things for your social media. Try to motivate yourself to stay active by sticking to a schedule. Say, I'm going to post every Friday, or I'm going to post once a month at least. There are hashtag trends that you can follow on Twitter, Instagram, and other social media apps, like hashtag Fursuit Friday, where people share pictures of their fursuits on a weekly basis, and even tags tailored to people with suits from a specific maker, like hashtag Magpie Bones Monday in my case. Go ahead and capitalize on that. Use it as an excuse to make yourself get into fursuit if that helps. Say to yourself, oh, Friday's coming up. I promised myself I would have a new picture to post every week. So that motivates you to get into your fursuit and make that content. Look for groups that meet on a regular basis. I mentioned some groups earlier that you can join where people get into fursuit and interact with each other on a regular basis. Having that routine can help you get into the habit of fursuiting more frequently. But it's important to know your own limits and only do what you feel comfortable with. If you're just not feeling it one day, it's okay to skip a day of a chat group or something. Take care of yourself first and foremost. Take care of your physical and mental health. If you are not in the right mindset to fursuit, if it starts feeling more like a chore than a fun hobby, that's when you know that you need to step it back and recollect yourself, get your health back, and regain the right mindset before you go out and start suiting. Why even bother fursuiting in quarantine? There are a ton of great reasons. First of all, maintenance of your fursuit. If you're putting the costume on and wearing it, you're going to have to maintain it afterwards. Fursuits can't be kept in a box or on a hanger for very long. They need to be maintained. When there's a long span of time between conventions or events, we sometimes don't do that as frequently as we should. By going through the motions of fursuiting, you'll become aware of any rips or popped seams that need to be maintained. You'll have to brush out knots from the fur and disinfect it as you normally do to keep it in peak condition for when we can go out to see each other once again. Suiting keeps you and your character in the public eye. If you don't post a lot on social media, your friends are going to start wondering what's happened to you. They'll say, oh, I haven't heard from so-and-so in a while. I hope they're okay. I hope they haven't gotten sick. Fursuit pictures and regular updates and posts let people know that you're okay, you're doing all right, and you are maintaining throughout the pandemic. And even during this quarantine situation, when we're all stuck inside and we can't go out to see friends, there's only so much that we can do on our own. Human beings need social interaction. Fursuiting is an avenue for that socialization. Even though we can't do it in person, we can still communicate with each other online, via text, via voice chat, via video chat. And at least in part, that helps fulfill that basic human socialization need. And finally, just wearing your fursuit makes you happy. It's something that you enjoy, it's going to make you feel better, improve your mood, and promote positivity. Remember that the most important person for you to be fursuiting for is yourself. So this has been Fursuiting in the Time of Quarantine. Thank you so much for attending my panel. I hope you learned a little something new today. If you want to follow me elsewhere online, my Twitter is @ShataniCheetah. I am also on Instagram under the same name, and my YouTube channel is youtube.com/Shatani. If you have any questions, comments, or feedback on the information I presented here today, please don't hesitate to contact me and let me know what you think. If you want to learn more about who I am, what I do, my fursuit, or the background behind my character, I do have a homepage that you can check out. And if you enjoyed the panel I put on today and you'd like to show your appreciation, I have a Ko-fi page set up at ko-fi.com/Shatani for donations, and you can spot me a cup of tea or two. Barring technical difficulties, I do plan to have a recording of this panel available on my aforementioned YouTube channel. So in the coming weeks, you can rewatch at your leisure and share the information with people who may not have been able to watch the broadcast here at Fursuiting. Thank you again so much for watching. Have fun, stay safe, and keep on suiting.
Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I give it to someone special. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I give it to someone special. Once bitten and twice shy, I keep my distance, but you still catch my eye. Tell me, baby, do you recognize me? Well, it's been a year, it doesn't surprise me. Happy Christmas. I ripped it up and sent it with a note saying I love you, I meant it. Now I know what a fool I've been, but if you kiss me now, I know you pull me in. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I give it to someone special. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I give it to someone special. Crowded room, friends with tired eyes, I'm hiding from you, and it's all of us. My God, I thought you were someone to rely on. Me, I guess I was a shoulder to cry on. A face on a lover with a fire in his heart. A man undercover, but you tore me apart. Ooh, now I found the real love. You never fool me again. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I give it to someone special. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I give it to someone special. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away.
Coming this March, Fernal Equinox presents their first ever virtual event, Pixel Perfect.
What's it gonna have? Are we talking panels, art?
Panels, art streams, gaming, and much more.
What about dealers? I've been looking for artists.
Roam
and
the dealer's den, jam all night to our amazing DJs, or just chill with your friends.
Next thing you're gonna tell me you guys built a VR world just for the event.
You can even explore the VR world we built just for the event.
Okay. Can I just meet friends and play games if I want?
Yep.
And I don't suppose you have
A dedicated Discord server where you can meet and find people to chat and play games with? Got that too.
Wow, that does sound really cool.
Sure does. Come join the fun in 2021. Fernal Equinox presents Pixel Perfect, March 19th, 20th, and 21st.
Oh, hi, I'm Sam, and I'm your host for Fluffy Fitness here on Fursuiting TV. We've got lots of exercises planned today that almost anyone can follow along to. Whether you're just starting out or you're a fitness fanatic, I'm here for you. Now, I know some of you might say, Sam, I can't do this. But I want to let you know that you sure can. Let's start with some paw touches. Front paws to your back paws. Ready? Here we go. Good job. Great job. Paw touches can also be done when you're on the floor, just like this. Great job. All right, we're just getting started. Now let's see what we've got up next. Now, let's keep warming up and let's do some ear stretches. Here we go, and stretch. Other ear. Good. Now, both ears. All right, let's add a stretch to the paw touch. Ready? Again. Good job. Now let's do some arm stretches. Ready? Hold. Hold it. And good. The other arm. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. And good. Other arm again. Hold. And one more. Good. Now let's do some leg stretches. Ready? Stretch. Other leg. And stretch. Again. Turn. Stretch. Great job. Okay, good. It's important to stretch lots to make sure you don't hurt yourself during the more strenuous exercises. So here's another stretch. Hold this pose. Hold it more. Keep holding. And good. Let's try a different stretch now. Here we go. Oh, this is tough. Okay, and release. Now, other leg. You ready? And done. That's a tough one. Let's also stretch our rear paws. Ready? Here we go. Other side. Ready? Now, let's do some jumping jacks. Keep going. And stop. Good job. How about some running? Ready? Here we go. Dogs like, they love running. And I'm a dog. Phew, that was fun. Wow, good job. Now that you're all warmed up, we're gonna crank it up a notch with some more advanced exercises. But don't worry, nothing will be too difficult and you can skip any exercise you don't want to do. If you need to take a break before we start, this is your chance. We'll be right back.
This is Penny. We adopted her from Underdogs 5 years ago. Bless you. Thank you to the wonderful people who donate. Because of you, we have had this amazing pup as part of our life for over 5 years now. Thank you, Underdogs, and all those who donate.
The larger the donut, the bigger the belly.
This is Furry TV.
All right, we're back. Next, let's practice sitting and staying, okay? Here we go. Sit. Stay. Sit. Stay. Good job. Sit. Stay. One more. Sit. Stay. Good job. Sit. Stay. One more. Sit. And stay. Good job. Sit. Stay. One more time. Sit. Let's do some nose boops. Remember, don't boop too hard because you don't want to break your own booper. Ready? Here we go. And boop. And boop. Boop. And boop. Good job. Again. And boop. And boop. And boop. And boop. One more time. Boop. And boop. And boop. And boop. Good job. Okay, how are you feeling out there? Great. Our next exercise, grab yourself a ball and let's begin. Ready? No take, only throw. No take, only throw. No take, only throw. No take, only throw. Great. Other side. No take, only throw. No take, only throw. No take, only throw. No take, only throw. Good. No take, only throw. 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 Last set. No take, only throw. 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 Good job. Next, let's do begs. Here we go. And beg. And beg. And beg. And beg. Looking great. And beg. And beg. And beg. And beg. Good job. Beg. And beg. And beg. And beg. Keep going. Beg. And beg. And beg. And beg. Good job. And beg. And beg. And beg. And beg. One more set. And beg. And beg. And beg. And beg. Good job. And beg. And beg. And beg. And beg. Last set. And beg. And beg. And beg. And beg. All right. Next, let's roll over. Ready? Here we go. And roll. 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 All right, now let's do some tail wags. Ready? Here we go. And wag. 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 And wag. And wag. Wag. And wag. and wag! Wag your tail! Wag your tail! Wag your tail! You're doing great at wagging your tail! Wag! Wag! And wag! And wag! And wag! 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 And wag! And wag! Good job, everyone! For our next exercise, you can use a pillow. Or, if you have someone at home, you can have them help you. Or you can use your favorite plushie. Oof! He's pretty big. Alright, let's do some hugs. And hug. And hug. Hug. One more. Hug. Other side. Hug. And hug. Hug. Hug harder. Now alternate. Hug. And hug. Hug. And hug. Just a few more. You're almost there. And hug. 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 Great hug. Great job. Don't forget to try the long, awkward hugs as well. Ready? Here we go. Hug. Don't let go just yet. Still longer. And there. Switch sides. Hug. Keep it going. It's uncomfortable. Good. The next exercise is one of my favorite. Floppy ears. Ready? And flop. Flop. Flop your ears. Floppy, floppy. Phew. Floppy. Floppy ears. And flop. Flop. Phew.
Hi, I'm Candon McGuffin.
And I'm Marlo. And we're the Hockey Bros.
I make saves on the ice, but you can help save the dogs at Underdog Rescue.
Underdogs Rescue is a not-for-profit organization dedicated to rescuing power breeds such as pit bulls and Rottweilers from shelters across Canada.
Let's do our part and donate what we can to help these dogs find a new forever home.
Just go to underdogsrescue.com and click that donate button.
Always remember, when you exercise, drink lots of water and stay hydrated. Refreshing. Hi, I'm a dog, and I have a home. But not every dog is that fortunate. Underdogs help bully breeds. You know, pit bulls, Rottweilers, the other large breeds that people may be scared of, to find their forever homes. But that work is expensive, and with COVID-19 and no furry, that work is almost at a standstill. So I'm asking you to visit underdogsrescue.com, click that donate button, and donate whatever you can to help make me and other dogs happy. Here's an exercise that lots of you will recognize. Ready? Here we go. Good. Also, don't be afraid to change it up. Like this. Okay, let's do some stair exercise. Ready? Here we go. Step, and step, and step, big step, and step, step, one more, and step, only 10 more flights to go, and step, good job. Now let's work with some free weights. I have my 10-pound bone here. Ready? Let's begin. Curl. Pump it. Now, change arms. Doing great. Great job. Now, let's go out the sides. Ready? Here we go. Switch arms. Good. Good job. All right, let's do some sausage stretches. Ready? Let's go. Good work. Doing great. Few more. Now behind the head. Good job. Good job. All right, time for some push-ups. Ready? Go! Oh, my wrist hurts a bit, but you guys can keep going as long as you want. Now let's do some sit-ups. You ready? Let's begin. You're doing great. Crunch it. Now for this, if you're going to need a dog bed or similar, we're going to do some flops. You don't have a dog bed? That's too bad. But you can do this on the floor instead. Okay, here we go. Flop. And flop. And flop. And flop. Flop it. Flop. Lay dead. And flop. Good boy. Wait, that's me. Okay, now just act cute for this next exercise. Shouldn't be too hard, I am adorable. And be cute. Who's a cutie? Oh, you're so cute. Yeah. Oh, who is the cutest pupper on the planet? That was great. Now, for some of us dogs, we're not allowed on the furniture. Luckily for me, I don't have that problem. But for those of you who do, you have to be able to get off that couch really fast. So here's an exercise I made just for you. First, get on the couch and relax. Just relax, however you like. You're a big potato now. Then, what? I wasn't on the couch. Good. Let's try again. And relax. Just relax. I'm up. I was never on the couch. Didn't see me. Didn't happen. Nope. Good job. This next exercise is training for when you have to wait in line for the elevator at a convention. Ready? Let's go. And wait. And wait. Move forward. And wait. Check your watch. Another step. And wait. And good. You guys did great, and I'm really proud of you. Now, due to COVID, you'll be likely doing a lot of these exercises by yourself for now. Try to be safe and follow your public health department's advice, as we're all getting through this together. Phew. That was a real workout, but I had a great time and I hope you did too. Remember, keep fluffy and have fun.
Welcome to Getting Baked with Huskun, and this isn't about, joints or anything, as the title may suggest. This is about, getting good in the kitchen. So a little bit about me. for those of you who do not know me, I've been cooking and baking for pretty religiously for the past 5 years. I began working more in the kitchen very much when I was younger. My mom always did a thing where she would send out Christmas cookies to all of our friends and family every December, and I always got to help her with that, and that was really my first experience. My dad's an avid griller, but granted, living in a small Chicago apartment, grilling's not really an option unless I go out to the park. So that I never really picked up on. But baking, when I was younger, probably about 5 years ago, I had friends over all the time, especially here in Chicago where we would have monthly softball meets. And being one of the few people who was willing to host more people than I really ever should have, I like to, be a host and cook for people, especially people who didn't have the resources that I did, financially speaking. Because if you go somewhere for a weekend and you're going out to eat for breakfast and lunch and dinner all weekend, that adds up quickly. So to try to save my friends some money, I would always try to at least do a couple of meals at my apartment here. And it was usually something simple like breakfast, but even that can save you $15 a meal, or, in Canadian, like $45 a meal. So that was really how I got started, was just doing a lot of breakfast foods and a lot of cookies about 5 or 6 years ago, and I've really started to increase my repertoire, and I want to share that with everybody today with 3 of my very favorite meals, one for breakfast, one for dinner, and one for dessert. So without further ado, let's get into those. So the first dish I'm going to make is going to be our breakfast dish, and like everything you're going to see here, this dish is something that's going to take at least 24 hours. It may not at least 24 hours, but it's something that you need to prep the day before. And with anything good, you're going to want to do some kind of prep. There are a couple things that you can make right off the fly, but once you get to a certain level, you definitely want to start prepping things, sometimes days in advance, which we'll never get into that, at least so long as I'm doing this, because that's kind of crazy. But with cinnamon rolls, you don't, unless you want to wake up at 4 in the morning, which I know you don't, you want to do some prep the day before, but it is so well worth it. And once you get good at it, people will request these for more than just breakfast. I mean, you can have them for breakfast, lunch, supper, dessert, or just as a snack. So let's get started on those. So here are the ingredients that you are going to need for some of the best cinnamon rolls you're going to have. You have whole milk, granulated sugar, butter, active dry yeast. This is an important one. All-purpose flour, ground cinnamon, dark brown sugar, baking powder. I know I showed baking soda here. You want baking powder, not baking soda. That's important. Sea salt. You'll see some dental floss. Don't worry, you're not going to be eating that, so you'll be just fine. So what you're going to want to start off with is warm milk. So to do this, very simple, just put it in a measuring cup, put your 2 cups of whole milk in a measuring cup, put it in the microwave, probably for about 1.5 minutes. That's going to give you a good amount of time. The key is, and you're going to see it right here, you want to get the temperature of the whole milk up to between 100 and 110 degrees Fahrenheit, but you're going to want this milk in that 100 to 110 Fahrenheit range. At this range, because we're going to be putting the yeast in here, that's when your yeast is going to be the most active. If the milk is too cold, what's going to happen is that the yeast is just not going to bloom. If the milk is too hot, so if it gets over 140 Fahrenheit, it will kill the yeast and it'll be useless. So what we're doing now is we are going to put our melted butter in there, and we're just going to give it a good mix just to try to incorporate it. And then we are going to add our 1/2 cup of sugar. I know it says 110 grams. I have my reasons for putting it that way, but 110 grams or 1/2 cup of granulated sugar. And once it's all mixed together, we are going to add our yeast. So with the yeast, what you want to do, just cut it open and sprinkle it on top. You don't want to dump the whole thing in there. Sprinkle it, give it a good mix, and just let it set. Let it set. Don't mix with it too much, because this is where our yeast is going to bloom. So as you can see right here, our yeast is looking pretty funky, and that's perfect. This is exactly what we want our buttermilk sugar yeast mixture to look like. If it doesn't look like this, start over. Don't even move forward, because at this point you know the yeast is either dead or it's just not working like it should. Now this is the most important part, because if you don't have the yeast development, if you don't have the bloom, and you go forward, your cinnamon rolls are going to turn out flat, they're going to turn out dense, and the last thing we want are dense cinnamon rolls. So what we've got here is our 500 grams, or about 4 cups of flour. And what we're going to do is just pour the butter yeast mixture right in, and then take our wooden spoon and mix it all and just incorporate it. We don't need to make it thorough, just need to make sure that every bit of flour is covered in the milk butter yeast mixture. And that's it. It doesn't have to be perfectly blended. We're going to cover it, and then we're just going to let it set. It's going to set for 1 hour. And you want to do this so that you can give the yeast time to do its magic. And it truly is, unless you are, some kind of scientist. It feels like magic. But what it's doing is it's getting a lot of carbon dioxide in there. It's burping up that carbon dioxide to make your dough big and poofy. From here, while our dough is getting bigger, we are going to make our filling. So the filling is going to be simple. It's going to be butter, cinnamon, and dark brown sugar. So I'm going to use a measuring cup, and the reason I like using measuring cups, even though it doesn't really serve that much of a purpose, or its intended purpose, is because of the tall sides that it has, and it allows me to mix with more vigor, and so I don't have stuff ending up all over the place, which happens anyway. So we've got our 3/4 of a cup of butter. We're going to add our 2 tablespoons of ground cinnamon and our 3/4 of a cup, or 165 grams of dark brown sugar. Use dark brown sugar. And as you can see, I'm scaling everything. I'm getting I got my kitchen scale. I think it's easier to use than packing down brown sugar, because if you do that, you're going to get some inconsistencies. It's not too important with something like a filling, but when you get into more sensitive baking, it does become much more important, especially when you're working with cookies, where the amount of flour could be the difference between a flat, crispy cookie and one that just domes and tastes like nothing. So we're just going to mix these together, make it one homogeneous mixture filling, and that's going to be good, and we're going to set it aside, and we're going to go out and do whatever for the next 45 minutes or an hour. Now, as you can see, our dough rose significantly. So what we're going to do now is we're going to add another cup of flour, about 125 grams. We're going to add a teaspoon of baking powder to give it a little bit more rise, and we're going to add 2 teaspoons of sea salt. You can use kosher salt. It's not going to make it salty, it's just going to add some flavor. Now we're going to pour out the dough, and it's going to be kind of scraggly at this point. And we're going to pour it out onto a floured surface. Very important, because if you don't flour the surface, the dough is going to stick to the surface. And at this point, get our bench flour, and we are just going to knead and knead and knead and knead for a good 10-15 minutes at least. Now, if you have a stand mixer with a hook attachment, you can use that also. You're not going to break into a sweat if you do it that way, but you do run the risk of over mixing your dough, or over kneading your dough, I should say. If you're doing it just with your hands, first off, take off all jewelry. You saw that I've been working with a watch. Here, I'm not going to work with a watch on. Learned that the hard way a couple of times. And what you're going to want to do is just knead the dough 10-15 minutes until it's a ball. It's not sticking to the surface without the help of flour, and it bounces back at you when you poke your finger into it. So now what we're going to do is we're going to just drop our dough off. We're going to resurface the island, the counter, whatever you are using as your workspace, and make sure that you don't have a lot of things in the way, because this boy is going to get big. Lay it out, flour it, get out the rolling pin, and just start working. And what you want this to be is you want it to be fairly thin, but you don't want it to break. If you kneaded it well enough, that's not going to be a problem. And what you're going to want to do is try to keep it into a rectangle shape, as I'm going to do here. And this thing's going to get big, it's going to go off the edge of the screen, and that's perfect. It's exactly what you want. Now what we're going to do, we're going to take the filling that we made earlier, and we're just going to spread it from edge to edge, corner to corner, like this is a thin crust pizza. We're putting sauce on it, and we're just going to go edge to edge. Don't leave a lot of crust on the side, because just like it's the worst part of a pizza, it's gonna make for cinnamon rolls that some of them aren't gonna have as much filling as others. So edge to edge, don't worry about getting the space dirty, because it's already dirty. Well, dirty as in messy, not dirty as in uncleanly. So what we're gonna do now, we've got it completely covered. We're gonna roll it up. We're gonna turn this sideways, and now we've got our tape measure, because we want 12 even rolls. So we've got 60 centimeters. So hey, look at this. I'm converting to metric for you guys. We've got our 60 centimeters. So that means for 12 rolls, we're going to do 5 centimeters high. We're just going to want to place this out. We're going to want to roll it out and then make our little tick marks every 5 centimeters. So at this point now, this is where the unflavored floss comes in. We're going to grab the floss. We're going to get it under the log there, the cinnamon roll log, and we're just going to wrap it around and pinch it, and that's how we're going to cut all these. So what you're going to see now is I've got 3 pans. These are 8x8 pans that I have already put non-stick spray on, and some people would swear to butter. I don't think it makes that big of a difference. Personally, put the non-stick spray so you're able to get them out of the pan. And as you see, there seems to be a lot of room in there. I could probably fit 9 in each one of these. But you don't want to do this because, as I said earlier, you want you want to give these things room to grow, because a dense cinnamon roll is a bad one. So as we wrap these up in cling wrap, we're going to put them in the freezer, and we're going to just leave them there until we need them, which frankly for me is going to be tomorrow. So what I've done here is, before I went to bed last night, I took one of these pans out of the freezer. I put it on the counter. It doesn't really matter where. You can put it in a warm place, but it gives it a chance to, so you don't have to defrost it in the morning. It gives it a chance to proof and rise overnight, and that way you can just preheat the oven and pop them in. Look how big this is, and look how big it is compared to, as I bring another pan in from what was frozen. Look how much bigger that is. And it's gonna get even bigger. So we popped it into the oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit, and we're gonna leave them in there for 25 minutes. In the meantime, let's talk about the icing. So the icing is pretty simple. We've got powdered sugar, we've got clear vanilla extract. Now, and we've got milk. You can add butter and cream cheese if you want a cream cheese icing. Personally, I like vanilla, and I'm using the clear because it's just for looks. If you use pure vanilla extract, which big fan of, this is the only time I use clear, is it's going to give it a much whiter, brighter appearance, and it's just going to look better. But if you're more into just the pure taste, go ahead and use good old pure vanilla extract. So the making of the icing is very simple. We're going to put our vanilla and our milk into a small bowl, and we are going to slowly add the powdered sugar until we get a consistency that we are happy with. I know the recipe calls for 2 cups of powdered sugar, and that's a good baseline. That's probably what you're going to expect to use. But if you want thicker icing, you can use more, or you can use less milk. Really up to you. This would be my recommendation, though, is about 2 cups of powdered sugar. And finally, folks, let's see how these things turned out. Oh man, they are amazing. Look how, now, remember how small they were earlier? These things grew. And that's why you don't want to pack them in. You're going to see that with a lot of recipes that tell you to pack them in. Try to get as many as you can. You don't want to do that because breakfast is not supposed to be a heavy meal. Breakfast is supposed to be a light meal. That's why people like eggs, because eggs can be light, fluffy. That's why people like toast for breakfast. And cinnamon rolls should be the exact same way. They should be allowed to expand, allowed to grow. And by also rolling it really thin, look at the layers, and you really can't tell by this camera angle, but it really domes, and that's what you want. These are truly the best cinnamon rolls that I've ever made, and that's because I gave them room to grow. And finally, the icing. Again, if you want to use a cream cheese icing, go right ahead. I use a vanilla icing. And if you want to be fancy, you do it each individually, or you can just put the icing on the whole thing and let your friends grab them. And the great thing about this is with 4 cinnamon rolls, if it's just you and a friend, that's perfect. You're not wasting a bunch of cinnamon rolls, because I've still got 2, and actually they're in my freezer, and they'll probably be in my freezer until I can have friends over again, which may be at this rate 2023. But anyway, these are Huscoon's cinnamon rolls, and these are the best cinnamon rolls that you're gonna have.
Shelby. You like dogs, right? Well, you can help some really great dogs by donating whatever you can to Underdogs Rescue Society. Last year, furry attendees helped raise $11,000 for them, which has helped them continue their work trying to find forever homes for often misunderstood dogs. But with COVID-19 and no furry, the ability for Underdogs to raise funds has all but dried up. With today's event, however, you can make a difference. Please go to underdogsrescue.com, right down where I'm pointing. Click that donate button and give whatever you can to Underdogs so that they can keep doing the great work that they do. Thank you.
Now, for our dinner recipe, one of my favorite meals, and I shouldn't say one of, because it is absolutely my favorite meal, is chicken alfredo. Chicken alfredo can be anything you want it to be. It is hearty, it is savory, it's excellent. Absolutely my favorite meal. When my friends and I, when we go out to any Italian restaurant, you can guarantee I'm going to get chicken alfredo. Unless it's a place I've been to a million times, Olive Garden. Shouldn't actually be coughing like this in the middle of a pandemic. But it's okay. You can't catch COVID from here through the computer screen. And if you can, we are in a lot of trouble, people. For chicken alfredo, it's a dish that I order all the time. And after ordering it hundreds of times, I'm sure it's hundreds, like I need to learn how to make this on my own. And I've gone through several recipes. And I'm going to show you guys how to make the best chicken Alfredo. And the key is going to be in the sauce. Chicken, obviously, you don't want to use old raw chicken, or old nasty chicken. The pasta's not going to make that big of a difference. It's kind of just a vessel. The key is the sauce, and so we're going to get started on that right now. So here are the ingredients for my favorite dish, chicken Alfredo. Obviously we have chicken here. That's kind of important when you're making chicken Alfredo. You all also need pasta. I use penne. It really doesn't matter what brand. This is just what I grabbed. Everything else is going into the... Oh, I don't want to say everything else. We also have the grilled meats, garlic herb and wine. You may consider that cheating. I don't, because you have to flavor the chicken, and we'll get into that in a little bit. Everything else, you've got your butter, your cream cheese, your heavy whipping cream, your Parmesan cheese, all of your seasonings here, and you also have your white balsamic vinegar, which is going to go with the chicken in the garlic herbs and wine seasoning. So what we're going to do with the chicken, that's going to be our first thing, is we need to get a cutting board out. We need to get a sharp knife out. Make sure that you sharpen your knife, and please don't cut your finger off. Some stores are actually going to have chicken breast that you can use that's already sliced. If you can, go ahead and use that. It's not a big deal. I would avoid going with the frozen chicken, though, because that's going to lose a lot of its flavor just from being frozen. So what we're going to do here is we've got our chicken breast laid out, and we are going to just cut it into thin strips. Very simple, nothing too fancy about this, and you want them to be about no more than, the tip of your fingertip to the beginning of your first knuckle. That's about the right size for it, though. So long as it's not too big or too small, you really can't go wrong with the size of the cuts of chicken. Now what I'm doing here is I'm putting the pieces of chicken into the garlic herb and wine marinade. What's really important here, though, is not really the garlic herb and wine thing. That's my personal preference. The big thing you want to make sure you do, though, is you want to season your chicken. One way or another, you want to season your chicken. Whether you can just do a simple salt and pepper on your chicken, and that will work just fine. You can go really, really fancy and do a Parmesan crusted chicken if you have, 5 hours to do that. That's fine also. The key, though, is do something. All three of these are good suggestions. Whether it's a marinade that has like a wine, garlic herb and wine. You don't want to really go with anything too spicy. You can do a simple salt and pepper. You can do Parmesan crusted. Those all work great, but do something. That's the most important thing, is do something. Now, we've got our Parmesan cheese, and one thing we want to do ahead of time, you want to grate the Parmesan cheese on the box, in the box grater. And you don't have, I used to do it really, really fine so that it melted quicker. It really doesn't make that big of a difference, really. So long as it's not, you're not putting an entire block of cheese in there, you're fine. The last thing you want to do, though, the thing that you actually don't want to do at all, is use the prepackaged grated Parmesan cheese, because it has an anti-caking agent in it. And while that really doesn't affect the taste too much, what it does do is it makes it much, much tougher for Parmesan cheese to melt into your Alfredo sauce. And Parmesan cheese already has a very high melting temperature, one of the highest of any kinds of cheese. So you want to eliminate any of those barriers. So just buy the 5-ounce block of cheese, grate it yourself, and then we're going to use that as we get closer to making the Alfredo sauce. All right, but we've got our chicken ready, we've got our cheese ready. It is time to make the Alfredo sauce. Now, when you are making chicken Alfredo, this is where you want to begin. You don't want to make the pasta, and you don't want to make the chicken first, because those can kind of wait. And the sauce is definitely the least time sensitive. So what we're going to begin with is the cream, the heavy whipping cream. And we're just going to bring this up to temperature. Pretty simple. Put it in our saucepan, bring it up to temperature. We're going to add our butter in, because, again, butter has a pretty low melting point, so we can mix that in with the cream, and we're just going to let them kind of combine. Once the butter is completely melted, we're going to add our cream cheese. Now what you notice is that the cream cheese is in cubes. We want to cut the cream cheese into as small cubes as possible because it's not, even though it's one of the easier melting cheeses, it's still not that easy. So we want to cut into cubes, put it into the sauce, into the cream, the butter mixture, and just kind of stir it around. You're going to see that I'm going to go from a wooden spoon to a whisk here because I'm an impatient person. And what you're going to realize quickly is I'm a big fan of using the whisk. Wooden spoon though, this is going to be important later on, so don't, make sure you have one of these. You can also use a spatula, but make sure it's not a metal spatula. And there's going to be a reason for that here moving forward. Now, once we've got the cream cheese pretty much completely incorporated, pretty much completely melted, we are going to add our seasonings. And you've got minced garlic, you've got garlic powder, you've got Italian seasoning, you have sea salt, and you've got black pepper. And we're just going to add it all at once. Just throw it in there and mix it nice and well. And now that we've brought this whole thing up to a simmer, this is when we want to start adding the Parmesan cheese. And you don't want to add it all at once. It's the same reason you don't want to add all the flour into cookie dough at once, or way back in the day when I was a kid and I loved cream mushroom soup, adding all the milk into the cream mushroom soup at once, because it's not going to combine. So you're going to do this in little handfuls and let the cheese kind of melt before you add more. So now what we're going to do is we're going to introduce our chicken and our pasta. The sauce is pretty much done. What we're going to do is we're going to let it simmer for a little bit. We want the sauce to get thicker. That's the way it's going to hold on to the pasta. More of it's going to hold on to more of the pasta, and it's going to give this whole dish a better flavor. So we're introducing our chicken, and we're just putting this on a skillet. We're going to, you don't see the butter there at the bottom. We have butter there so that, because it's chicken. Even if you have a nonstick pan, use butter, use cooking spray, use something with chicken. And we're going to throw a lot of the marinade in there also. You don't want to go overboard with that. A lot of it's going to cook off depending on what you use. But again, also here, depending on what you're doing, you could also do Parmesan crusted, you can do salt and pepper, whatever floats your boat. Here, we're just going to make sure that the chicken is completely cooked through because this isn't steak. We can't really leave it raw in the middle. And we're just going to cook it through. And once it's done, you can bring it down to a lower heat and kind of set it aside. This is the also very low time sensitive. If it's done before everything else, that's fine. Just take it off the burner and it'll be fine. Next, we've got our pasta. We've got our rolling boil all ready. This is something that you don't see it on camera, but you want to get the water boiling early. That way you're not waiting on it, because depending on how good your range is, it could take a good 15-20 minutes to get your water to a rolling boil. Add salt, don't add oil. That's a piece of advice I've heard from some people. Don't bother with the oil. All it's going to do is it's going to coat the pasta, and unfortunately what that's going to end up doing then is the sauce is not going to stick to the pasta as well. And that's what we want. That's the whole point of the pasta, is to be kind of a vehicle to get the sauce and the chicken, because that's where the flavor is, into your mouth. Simple as that. And now at this point, we're just kind of supervising all three of these. We're turning over the chicken when we need to, we're mixing the sauce when we need to, and we're giving the water, the pasta water, a stir to make sure that you don't have clumps of pasta sticking together. At this point, it's going to be, if you've done everything else right up to this point, it's going to be really tough to screw it up. But one thing you do see here is, look at the wooden spoon, and once you can no longer kind of see the wood in there, that's when you know the sauce is thick enough. If you're still seeing the texture of the wood, the sauce isn't thick enough. And that's the big difference between a really good Alfredo sauce and an excellent Alfredo sauce. So now we've got our chicken, and we're just going to dump the finished pasta into the pan that we were cooking the chicken in. Don't drain the chicken unless there's just a lot of marinade or grease or something in there, but you want to keep that in there because that's going to add flavor. So you've got the chicken, we're going to add the pasta, and we're going to just dump the alfredo sauce on there. The other way to do this is you can just do an assembly line. You can set up your pasta, your chicken, and your alfredo sauce, and if it's just you or if you have friends over, that way if they don't want chicken, they don't have to have chicken. You know, maybe they're on a vegetarian diet and they don't want the chicken, so you can do the assembly line kind of thing. But if it's just you or it's not really a big deal, then you can add them all together. Also, one piece of advice when you are making a pasta, meat, and sauce recipe, what the ratios you're going for, because no one ever tells you this kind of stuff, so that's why I'm here. You want about a 2-3-3 ratio. So for every pound of pasta, you want about 24 ounces or a pound and a half of sauce, and about 24 ounces or a pound and a half of meat. Those are the ratios that you're going for to get so that everything balances. So you have enough sauce for your pasta, and you have enough meat for your sauce. Meat and sauce should be about the same. Pasta should be a little bit less. And when I was making this, unfortunately, I didn't make enough chicken. The sauce is fine. The sauce is excellent. This was great. Oh man! But knowing what the ratios are is very, very important. And just look at how thick this sauce is. Oh man! Yeah. Okay. This is why diets fail, because you get good at stuff like this.
Hi, I'm Naboa. Did you know that when Underdogs Rescue places a dog in a foster home, they supply everything that the foster home could possibly need? Everything from the food, a large crate, vet visits, training sessions, and more are all covered by Underdogs. But all those things cost money, and with no furry and COVID-19 lingering, Underdogs has had very little in the way of donations this year, which makes it very hard for them to keep helping their dogs. This is why we're asking you to donate whatever you can to Underdogs by going to underdogsrescue.com and click on that donate button. You'll make a difference, and the doggies will thank you for it. Thank you.
Hello everyone, it's Christine and Boomer, an Underdog alumni, and we just want to say Merry Christmas to our friends from Fursuiting. We really do appreciate all the support that you've given us, because it allows us to rescue dogs like Boomer and provide training and foster home support and vet bills and all of that stuff. So we just wanted to say thank you, and I hope that you guys are all staying safe, and we will hopefully see you in 2021.
And finally, keeping with kind of the Italian theme, well, just the last meal, cinnamon rolls I don't think are really Italian. If they are, that would be a surprise to me. I think they're very much Americana. But for our final dessert, our final meal, which is dessert, we're going to do tiramisu. And this is a dish I just learned how to make probably about 6 to 8 months ago. But it's one that is a hit. Even if you don't like coffee, you are gonna love tiramisu. Now, of the three recipes, this is probably the most challenging. I would say all three of these recipes kind of waver in between the novice and intermediate category. So if you're a beginner, if you really want to get into cooking and baking, this may not be the best one for you. But if you've made cookies, if you've made brownies, and you want to, take your dessert to the next level, this is a great recipe to do it with. And if you can find all the ingredients, and that's going to be a challenge for some of you, especially if you live in the middle of nowhere, this is going to be if you don't have that problem, this is going to be a great dessert for you to start with. So let's get started on the tiramisu. And again, before we begin, this is something that you want to do about 24 hours in advance. So if you're looking for tiramisu right now, probably not your best bet, but if you can wait at least 8 hours, this is going to be excellent. All right, and finally for the tiramisu, because even though I'm 0% Italian, I love Italian food, and that includes dessert. So what we're going to need here is we're going to need 4 large eggs. We've got our granulated sugar again, and that's going to be divided into 2 even parts. We've got our heavy whipping cream. Starting to notice a pattern here. We've got our mascarpone. We've got our espresso powder, our rum, our lady fingers. Now some of these things are, well, maybe not the rum, because I know how you people are. You guys will have no problem finding rum. Some of these items are going to be difficult to find. We've also got our cocoa powder and our semi-sweet chocolate bar. So what we're going to do is we are going to bring 3 cups of water to a boil. Very simple. You can do this in a saucepan. You can do it in the microwave. Microwave is much easier in my opinion. You are going to want a large measuring cup for this. If you don't have a large measuring cup, you can still get away with by using a medium-sized saucepan. Either way, you want something with tall edges, and you're going to see why here. But bring 3 cups of water to a boil. And then once we are done with that, what we are going to do is we are going to add 1/4 of a cup of espresso powder. If you want to get really fancy, you can just make espresso here. You can make essentially 3 1/4 cups of espresso. This is a lot easier though, and you don't have to have an espresso machine for it. And you can add your 1/4 of a cup of rum, which I'm sure none of you are going to have a problem finding rum. Now we're going to give this a good stir, and we're just going to set it aside. You want the water to be hot so that you don't have the granules of the espresso powder, and you want to do this first. Trust me, you want to do this first. So set that aside, and now we're going to get to the actual cream. So we've got our 4 eggs, and we just want the yolks. So we're going to crack them, and you've all probably done the crack the egg in half and dip it between the yolk between the 2, and that's fine. I just like to use my fingers. I think it's a lot easier, if not messier, and then just put them in the bowl and it'll be fine. Then we're going to add our half of the granulated sugar, so it's actually about 1/4 of a cup. So don't put a half cup in here. That's going to make it really, really sweet. And then using our mixer, we're just going to beat the living heck out of this until it about triples in volume and we get this very pale yellow color. Once that is done, we are going to transfer this from our small bowl into a larger bowl. You could just make this in the larger bowl or the medium-sized bowl. You could do that, but this is just, I don't know. It's the way I learned it. Now, again, in a smaller bowl, what we're going to do is we're going to make whipped cream. That's essentially what this is. We're going to get our heavy whipping cream, we're going to get our sugar, and we're going to get our hand mixer, and we're just going to, you can use a whisk also. Granted, you need to have arms the size of Hercules to get through this, or just be experienced in the kitchen. And we are just going to make whipped cream. And you're going to be able to tell because it's going to go from a liquid, and by incorporating a bunch of air into it, it is going to kind of turn into a semi-solid, kind of like the consistency of pudding. maybe a little more solid than that, and that's when you're going to know that you're done. So it's going to bring in all its air, the sugar, the cream. It's going to become truly whipped cream. Now, at this point, we've got our mascarpone. Remember with mascarpone that you do not want to touch this until it is ready to use. So you get it out of you can have it at room temperature, shortly beforehand, but you don't want to leave it out overnight or anything like that. Open it up, take off the seal, and put it right in. And you are going to get out the hand mixer again and incorporate everything completely until you've got this really nice spreadable mixture. Now, next part. Take this with the egg mixture from earlier, and you're going to fold the two in this medium-sized bowl. This is going to be the custard. This is going to be not the most important part of the tiramisu, but this can be make or break. If it's too runny or too thick, it won't solidify, and you're going to have a mess. It almost can't be too solid, but I mean, I've never run into that issue personally, but I've had run into it where it's been too watery or too runny. So make sure that you have a pretty solid foundation. And when you're mixing it, you're going to do slow, gentle folding. You've already incorporated a lot of air into this mixture, so you just need to fold it in on itself. Now we are done with the custard. It is time to assemble. So first thing, we've got our 8x8 pan. Doesn't really matter what you use here. I like using a glass pan with high edges. Gives for a nice, more even shape when I do decide that once I am able to cut into the tiramisu. First thing I'm going to do, get out this teeny tiny little sifter, and we're going to put cocoa powder in there, and we're just going to coat the bottom of it. It doesn't have to be a thick layer. Thick layer isn't going to be a problem because this stuff's going to get wet when it's all said and done. But you want to coat the bottom layer, and it's going to just give it a little bit of an extra chocolatey flavor, and it's going to be able to separate from the pan when you are done. Now we've got our ladyfingers, and we've got our espresso from earlier. Now this has been sitting for a couple of minutes. It should have cooled down from when it was boiling earlier. And again, this is why I want you to do this first, because if this is too hot, you're going to burn the tips of your fingers, because this is the most delicate part of the recipe. And this can truly make or break your recipe, and I know I have ruined tiramisu enough times in my life. Now, since you're working with ladyfingers are very porous. They're very light and porous. So if you dip them into any kind of liquid, like espresso, they are going to soak it up very quickly. So as you see here, I'm just going to dip it in and pull it right back out. Barely even a second. And then I'm going to align all of these in to try and get as many ladyfingers in this bottom layer as humanly possible. And from here, I'm going to add half of our custard and just try to even it out using the spatula. This isn't really, at this point, it's an art. You want to go for as close to half as you can. If you're a little over or a little under, it's okay. I would prefer that you be a little bit over. Again, just to keep the espresso-soaked ladyfingers further from the bottom, so they have further to get to, because if you can leave a pool of espresso at the bottom, and it just makes for a bad tiramisu. That's the biggest mistake that you can make with tiramisu. All right, and we're going to do this all over again. We're going to do the ladyfingers in the espresso on top of the custard, and then we're going to do the rest of the custard on top of the ladyfingers. Pretty simple. So we've got cocoa powder, ladyfingers, custard, ladyfingers, custard, another layer of cocoa powder. And then finally, to top it all off, we've got our semi-sweet chocolate, and we've chopped it as fine as it will go. I used to do the ribbons, and I think it's great, but I would rather chop it very finely and then dust it over the top of it. What it does when you do that is it adds a whole new layer of flavor, because semi-sweet chocolate is a lot sweeter than the cocoa powder that we have on there. And it adds a little bit of a crunch to it also, which is a wonderful contrast to the soft bite that you get into the tiramisu. And I think it is excellent. Now, what you're going to do with all of this, if you don't have a lid for your 8x8 pan, you can always just use plastic wrap. cover it and leave it in the fridge for at least overnight, preferably 24 hours. I would say minimum 8 hours. That's it. That is tiramisu. That is a very popular, one of the best Italian desserts that you can make. It is something that if you have foresight, if you know you're going to have people over the next day, you can make it, and it is just an excellent dessert, and something that a lot of people have never had. And then once they have it, and once you're the person who made it, they'll remember you for this.
This is Furry TV.
So I know I said that we were going to do 3 recipes today, but the higher ups at Furry were like, no, this video length is all wrong. It's too short for the long panels, and too long for the short panels. So either take out a recipe or add one. I'm like, okay, fine, I can do that. That's not a problem. So you guys are getting a 4th recipe. 4. So you can thank me later. So we're gonna go to a classic that is a favorite, not of my friends, but of my family. So let's get right to it. And let's talk about that final recipe for this video. You're going to need powdered sugar, and you're going to need a lot of it. Creamy peanut butter. Now, you can use crunchy or extra crunchy or whatever, but creamy peanut butter is going to be more of a crowd pleaser. If you're going to do crunchy peanut butter, make sure you have some creamy peanut butter ones also. You can do both, or if you're just making them for yourself because you're the only one who wants them, then you can have extra crunchy. But I would strongly recommend that you use creamy peanut butter. You're also going to need a half stick of butter. You're going to need vanilla extract, sea salt. Again, you can use kosher salt so long as it's fine. All this is going to do is bring out the taste. And semi-sweet chocolate. This time we have the bag of chocolate, and there's going to be a reason for that. We'll go over it here shortly. So one thing I forgot to do in this video is show you that before you do anything, you want to get a baking sheet or anything that's really flat that can go in the freezer and line it with parchment paper and just set it aside. So let's get to the actual food part of it though. We've got a medium-sized mixing bowl here, and we are going to put our half stick of melted butter right in there. Next we've got our powdered sugar, and we want to put that in there, the entire 1 3/4 cup all at once. You really don't need to combine it slowly like you usually do with powdered sugar, not in this case. Next up is the peanut butter, and this is going to be the most important part. This is where the flavor is going to come in, and this is how we are going to get that Reese's Cup-like taste for these buckeyes. Then we're going to put the vanilla in there, and we're going to finish it off with the sea salt. And obviously we're not putting a bunch of those in there. A little bit of vanilla extract goes a long way. Same with sea salt. Don't need a ton of it, just a little bit of it to bring out the the peanut butter flavor, and it really is going to enhance the peanut butter flavor in these buckeyes. Now, what a lot of people do when they're making these is they'll go in with a spatula and just combine everything that way. There's really no need to work so slowly. You can get out the hand mixer as I'm doing here and use that to bring everything together. It's going to be faster. This isn't a recipe that requires a lot of air to be brought into the mixture. And it's not going to stick to the beaters. There's really no reason to work so slowly with a spatula. So we're just going to use a hand mixer, make life a little bit easier on ourselves. Once everything's mixed together and incorporated, we're just going to take the little peanut butter ball and we're going to put it onto some plastic wrap and wrap it in pretty tightly. We don't want to get a bunch of air into it. And what I am doing this for is I want to weigh this. I want to have 24 even buckeye balls to make, so that I know exactly how many I'm getting. Now, you don't have to do this. Another way to do this is get a cookie scoop, a melon baller, something along those lines, or you can just get a good old tablespoon, and that's going to work just fine. But I'm pretty pedantic. I want exact measurements, so I'm going to make sure that each and every one of the buckeye balls is about the same weight. Yeah, I know, I'm weird. And from here, I'm just going to, I know exactly how much each one should be. I think it'd end up being about 18 grams per buckeye ball, and that should be consistent if you would recreate this recipe per the instructions on the video. And you should, if you're going to make 24, that should be about what each one is, and they're going to be about a tablespoon of peanut butter mixture each. But let's fast forward through this. This is the most exciting part. So what you're going to need now is you're going to need your toothpicks. Obviously one for each buckeye. Makes sense. And we are going to stab each and every one of them. And we've got our parchment paper lined up on a small baking sheet. Again, you don't need to use a baking sheet. You can use a cutting board. You can use a book if you want to, so long as it's flat and it can go in the freezer. I've never tried putting a book in the freezer, but there's a first time for everything. So we're just going to stab each and every one, and we are going to take this tray and we're going to put it in the freezer for about 15 minutes. Now, while we wait on the buckeyes or the peanut butter balls to get frozen, we are going to make our chocolate dip. Now, a lot of people use a double boiler, and if you're a fan of the double boiler, go right ahead. That's all you, and I think it is an excellent method. For those of us who, I don't want to say like to have a little more control of our heat, but have the proper equipment, you can actually just use a small saucepan and put your range on the lowest heat possible, and it should work just fine. So we've got our 12-ounce bag of semi-sweet chocolate. If you want to use milk chocolate, you can. For me, that's a little bit too sweet. If you want to use bittersweet or extra dark chocolate, you can use that, but again, that's a little bit too dark for me. Semi-sweet is the perfect compromise between the two. So we're going to put that into the saucepan on the lowest heat possible, and we are just going to let it sit for a little bit, and then we are going to stir and stir and stir and stir. And because chocolate has such a low melting temperature, just the stirring, getting everything to touch each other and keeping it moving is going to prevent it from burning. Now that the chocolate is completely melted, we've got our buckeyes. They are frozen solid, and that's perfect. What you're going to want to do, just take the saucepan, take it off the heat, put it onto an oven mitt, any surface where the surface will be safe, and we're just going to dip the buckeye right in about 3/4 of the way, give it a twist, pull it up with the toothpick between us and the buckeye. Actually, of course it's going to be, but the buckeye at the highest point, let the little tail fall onto itself, and then put it right back onto the tray. And we're going to do this for all 24 of them, kind of scooping and moving around the chocolate as need be, but the chocolate should stay liquefied throughout the entire process, and about 12 ounces is going to be perfect for 24 buckeyes. And finally, and this is an optional step, but I like to do it because I like it. It looks better. It looks better. What you're going to want to do is you've got to take the toothpick out. You could serve them with the toothpick on, but that'd be kind of weird to be a little bit fancy for us Ohioans. So what you're going to do, you're going to use 2 other toothpicks. hold down the buckeye, pull it out slowly, and then you can use the toothpick to fill in the little hole that the toothpick left. And you do that for all 24 of them, and voila! You have got yourself buckeyes, which it's a very easy dessert, very simple to make, and it will be a crowd pleaser. And I know that unless you have peanut allergies, you are going to love them. Well, guys and gals, I hope you learned a lot. I hope you had fun, getting to see how all of this is made. Cooking and baking are so rewarding. It's a skill that is applicable to everyday life also, as opposed to like calculus, which I'm also good at. But baking and cooking are something that you can carry with you and you can improve on every day, and you have to eat. You absolutely have to eat. And I'm looking at some of you programmers out there. Yes, even you have to eat. But you do need to eat. And so if you're going to eat, you might as well make it something good. Or you can make it something that's okay, but very, very healthy. And that's something that, getting familiar with seasonings and spices can really, really help with. So my advice to you, for people who are just getting started or who haven't started, but want to get into baking and cooking, start simple. These 3 recipes may not be the best for you, but go ahead and give them a shot. I can look back at some of the things I was making 5, 6, 7 years ago now, and I'm like, man, that stuff was bad. Why did my friends tolerate that? I've made some bad pizzas, I've made bad cookies, I've made bad everything. I've made bad French toast. But you get better. It's like anything else. And some people get this idea that all you have to do with cooking is just read the recipe, and it's not that simple. There's so much nuance, especially when you get into baking, that it takes a little bit of time to get used to understand what all the ingredients are doing and how they're working together. And that's going to be the key. That's what you're going to learn when you start trying your own recipes, when you start with cookies, when you start with brownies, when you start with making simple things, even French toast, pancakes, grilled cheese sandwiches, all excellent meals, all worth trying your hand at once in a while. And especially if you live by yourself, the only person who's going to suffer is you. So I would strongly recommend, trying something new. Try to bake something or cook something that you haven't before and see how it turns out. It's very difficult if you're by yourself, but it's worth the time. It's worth the effort, and it improves your self-confidence when you don't have to go to a McDonald's, or you don't have to go to a restaurant. Sometimes you can't go to a restaurant for food when you can you can do something a little bit more elaborate than make a bowl of cereal for breakfast. It really does improve your self-confidence. It really does, and it's going to build on itself as you get better. And then people come over and they're like, hey, can you make this today? And you're like, yeah, that takes 2 days to make. Maybe you should have told me earlier. But it is so much fun. It's something that it's a skill that I've developed over the past 5 years, and one that I'm really glad that I did. And what I want you guys to take away from this, instead of just watching another video where someone else cooks, take the initiative to go out and try it yourself. I know sometimes it's fun to watch good food be made, but it's even more fun and more rewarding when you do it yourself and you develop that skill so that you can be that person who makes food for other people and you can make them feel good. This is Huskoon. Thank you for watching, and have a great holiday.
This is Furry TV.
Hey, welcome to Furry Tonight. I'm your host, BC Breakaway. Thank you so much for joining me here today on another broadcast of Furry TV. We kind of wanted to do something for the holidays, seeing as we couldn't have our traditional Christmas party that's normally held in Calgary. But hopefully you guys are enjoying what you're seeing so far, and we've just got great entertainment coming up for the rest of the night as well, including the main event for our fundraising, which is where we make Thal eat a whole bunch of really unpleasant things. I'm the one who went out to pick the items that will be mixed with eggnog. So if he wants to blame anybody, he can blame me. But it's all for charity, and he's got an iron stomach. So somehow he's able to, you remember what he did in the summer with the Sundays? Well, this is going to be almost worse, I would think, in some ways. So at any rate, I have 4 great interviews lined up today. I have an interview with Paco Panda, with Manic Nucks. I have an interview with Sin, and with Star Raccoon. 4 interesting people that have from different kind of things that they are into, and I wanted to be able to bring you a little bit more about them so that you could find out more, just like I did when I had a chance to get to know them a little bit more. As for tonight's show, as I mentioned, we have 4 entertaining interviews to bring you, and I'm really happy to have had a chance to talk to these 4 individuals. The interviews actually lasted about 45 minutes each, but we have to edit them down to fit 4 interviews into about an hour, so I could have just run the tape at a much faster speed, but then I think it would be very difficult to understand. So just know that we did edit a lot out. So in the meantime, we'll be back right after this with Paco Panda.
Hello everyone, it's Christine and Boomer, an Underdog alumni, and we just want to say Merry Christmas to our friends from Fursuiting. We really do appreciate all the support that you've given us, because it allows us to rescue dogs like Boomer and provide training and foster home support and vet bills and all of that stuff. So we just wanted to say thank you, and I hope that you guys are all staying safe, and we will hopefully see you in 2021.
This is Furry TV.
Our first guest tonight is a fantastic artist, a professional panda, and quite obviously a fursuiter. So welcome, Paco.
Hey, hi. Thank you.
How are you?
I'm really good. I'm really good. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's a big
oh, it's our pleasure. Now, you're at home, right?
Yes. This is my home.
Your panda hut, so to speak.
Yes. This is where all the magic from all the art happens here.
Where is home?
Where is home? My home is in Guadalajara, in Mexico.
So, Paco, people know you for a variety of things. Obviously, they know you as the panda that we're looking at today. They know you as an artist, and hopefully, many people know you as a good friend. So tell me, let's talk about the art part of it. That's what most people probably know you for. And you have a very distinct style. It's very happy and youthful and joyful. There's a lot of fun in your art, right? Where do you draw your inspiration? Like, were there certain artists that style that you have, was that inspired by somebody?
Well, yes, I have many inspiration sources. Probably the most basic one is Disney. I grew up with Disney. So I was very influenced by the style of the movies and the happiness that they want to show us to the world. And I don't know, many other shows, like shows on TV. I can tell you so many shows that I watched when I was a kid. Also, an important style that inspired me a lot when I was a teenager. I was playing a lot of Neopets. It was a video game on internet, and I was trying to draw all the characters. So maybe my style is very influenced in that. but I don't know, the inspiration for the theme that I want to spread to the world, maybe is the fact that I don't want to grow up. I don't want to be like a regular adult. And part of this message was inspired on Disney, but Walt Disney, not the company, but the person, that he wanted to bring some joy to the world, even not only to kids, but also to adults, that anyone can have fun and see the world in another perspective. And I wanted to do something similar with my drawings, with my message that I spread with my pictures, that there is always joy in the world.
And how long have you been drawing now?
When I took it seriously, it was until I was 16. So it was like 16 years ago. So I've been drawing seriously like half of my life.
Wow. But this is your, you talk about like you don't want to grow up, but I mean, this is a grown-up thing in the sense that this is your job. This is what you do, right?
Yeah, that was very accidental. Oh. So suddenly it was part of my job. It was not intentional that this was going to be the thing that was going to put food in my table. But suddenly it happened. I was trying to be, well, part of another job, but suddenly I was drawing, people was liking on internet, and it was my hobby. And suddenly it turned into my main source of life. I don't know.
Now, so that's great that you're able to turn a hobby that you have a passion for into your career. Had you planned to go down the path of doing this as a career, but for somebody else, like for Disney or something? Like, had you thought about doing that, or did you even do that before you decided to do this on your own?
I've done that before, and I think that was the point when I decided that this was going to be my life, because I worked for an animation studio.
Okay.
That was in 2014. And I was working for them, but then I realized that was not exactly what I was looking for. It is really great to say, oh, I'm an animator and I'm working for a company. But personally, it was not what I was looking for, because I was not giving my message working that way. It was more like being a drawing factory that I
right.
Yeah.
Like, I can imagine how that would be, because if you go to work for somebody, unless you're the designer of that character, you're drawing that character that someone else designed, and you have to follow those designs for the most part, right? As opposed to what you're doing now, where you have freedom.
Yeah, exactly. Because only drawing was not my that was not my goal. It was giving a message, and that's something that I discovered working on this company, because I was doing something only for money.
Yeah.
To get paid, and that was all. That was not what I was looking for. Of course, my family was proud of me. My friends were telling me, oh wow, you are working in an animation studio, but it was not fulfilling completely for me.
Are there certain things that you enjoy drawing more than others? Like, like, do you like drawing sort of like an entire scene? Do you like drawing individual characters? Like, is there something that you find that you like drawing more than others?
Yeah, of course. I love drawing full illustrations with a background that where the character is involved to the background and it has a message on it. And also I can play a little bit with compositions and lights and all that kind of stuff. I enjoyed it a lot. Something that I may not enjoy at all is doing stickers, and it's probably what more people ask for. Yeah. Not say that I don't enjoy it, because of course it is fun to make expressions, to make different emojis, but with a character.
Right.
It is really, really fun, but it reaches a point where it's not as fun as the other things.
Right. It's limiting, right? I mean, because you're usually it's a small thing. You can't put a lot of overly detailed backgrounds and whatnot because it's a sticker. It's meant to be a single individual emoji. So, do you find that limiting? Is that the problem?
Yeah, and also it is very redundant to be working at it, because most of the time people ask for an expression over and over again, or even they show me my own stickers and they ask me to repeat that expression, or
Yes.
even they show me, this is very common, that they show me now on later stickers and tell me like this, please. So I don't know, it is not very rewarding after all, in my opinion.
So you did a story this year for Inktober, like a full comic strip, kind of immersive world that you created for this. And last year you did, what was it that you did last year?
Oh, it was Around the World.
Right. Yes. Because I remember there was a drawing of like the in England, like it was like the guards, right? They're not allowed to smile and stuff like that. So yeah, no, I mean, what I see, like I said, in your art is that you have a lot of fun with it, which means to me that you're not just simply saying, well, okay, this guy's given me this much money to draw something, so I'm just going to draw it because he can't draw it himself, right?
Yes, no, that's not the point.
Yeah,
that's not the point. Like, I cannot draw, but I have this scene in my mind, and I'm going to give you the task to recreate what I have in my mind. That's not what I want for my job. It is like those guys who send me a whole Word document, explain me absolutely everything that they want me to draw. That's not so enjoyable to me. Of course, I can do it, but it's not that enjoyable. I want to put some creativity on my mind. I also commission a lot of artists. It's not like, oh, I can draw, I cannot commission some artists. No, I'm very passionate with art, and I love how other artists do their job. So whenever I can,
who are some of those artists that you really enjoy? Other artists in the fandom that you really enjoy?
Oh, there are so many that I'm probably going to forget to mention some of them. Like Karpur and Kenrieke are two of my favorite artists. Also Orlando Fox. There is a Mexican American artist who I enjoy a lot his work. His Dogs Are Barking. Who else? T-Tash from France. It's really good. Also Silver Fox. Silver Fox is one of my favorite artists. Yeah, I don't know. I can mention so many.
How about your own celebrity status? I mean, like I said, you're very well known as an artist. I knew your art before I knew you, personally. I mean, furry fandom is kind of unusual because we are our own celebrities, right? We don't worship an outside person. Typically, we worship people within. Worship is maybe a strong word, but we appreciate the people within our own fandom as our celebrities. So, because you kind of have that going for yourself, do you find that kind of sometimes makes you feel? How does it make you feel? Like, does it make you feel sometimes isolated? Does it make you feel sometimes? You mentioned you're shy around other people that you admire. Do you feel that people sometimes may be shy with you, or how do you feel about that?
It is very tough for me that I'm considered a celebrity in the fandom, because I don't consider myself like that. I consider myself like only one more furry, that I go to a convention and I'm just one of all of them. I appreciate that it is only happening in the fandom, in the community, because I can go to the store outside my house and nothing happens. Like there are not paparazzis following me, so I appreciate that, because it is kind of overwhelming for me to be like this in the fandom, and it was not something that I was looking for. I I didn't join the fandom with the goal of wanting to be famous in the community. No, that's something that suddenly happened. And it was very difficult for me because I'm a very shy person. I'm a very quiet person. I don't talk a lot. I was always the guy in the corner in the parties that don't talk with anyone. That was me.
As someone who has been successful at doing art as a living, do you have advice, any sort of advice or suggestions for those just starting out or wanting to get into art as a career?
Well, yes, of course. The main advice that I can give you is be yourself. Don't allow to other people to tell you what to do, what to not do. Art is expressing yourself, giving your message that you have in your soul. So it is something that belongs completely to you. And being that honest with the people, showing exactly what you want to show, people unconsciously is going to realize that you are being honest. And that's something that they notice. They are telling you, this person, this artist is doing great things, not because they are having great style or great technique, or it's having a poor technique even, but they realize that they are having something to tell. Their work is having a soul.
I'm going to ask you some rapid fire questions. Okay. Favorite city?
Stockholm.
Favorite con?
Nordic Fashion.
Favorite food?
Lasagna.
Favorite place to visit for a holiday?
Texcoco.
Where was that?
Texcoco. That's in Mexico.
Oh, okay. What's your favorite movie?
Ratatouille.
What's your favorite cartoon?
Tiny Toons.
Your favorite Canadian?
My favorite Canadian?
Yes, your favorite Canadian.
You PC breaker.
There you go. That's the right answer. That's the right answer. Well, anyway, Paco, like I said, this has been really fun. I'm glad you were able to take some time to join us for this today. I'm sure that you'll be seen at, hopefully when cons come back, you'll be seen at many cons, and we'll get to hang out as well.
Okay. Thank you so much.
So anyway, thank you very much, everybody. This is Paco Panda. Welcome back, everybody. I'm now pleased to introduce our next guest. He is the chairperson of the Western Pennsylvania Furry Weekend, a fantastic singer, and a cat. Please welcome Manic. Hey, Manic.
Hello. Pleasure.
How you doing?
Doing all right. I'm still kind of... I woke up a little late today. I'm a little tired.
Are you not a morning person?
It all depends. I can enjoy my mornings, but last night I was up a little too late. But that's on me.
I've noticed that a couple times. I mean, we're in a group chat together, and there's been times where you're responding at your East Coast time, so you're responding at like 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm going, what are you still doing up?
I don't know. At the time, I don't know. I'm just enjoying something or watching something, or sometimes I'm on VR. until the wee hours of the morning. But I need to get the bed.
Right. I noticed you have a number of different headsets and whatnot on beside you, and you told me just before we got on here that that one of them is a VR headset.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing in VR? Like, I have not tried it, so what do you think of it?
I quite enjoy it. Mostly what I do is enjoy VR chat. It's a very expensive way to be social, in all frankness. But with COVID going on, it's very useful, and it's a good approximation of being social with other people. I
mean, when you say it's an expensive way of doing it, is that because of the gear, or do you mean there's other things?
The gear. VR chat itself is free, and anybody can get on it. That's the beauty of VR chat is anybody can get on it, even on desktop mode. You don't need to have a VR headset to be on it, so it's free. So having the headset and having the equipment is a very expensive way to experience something that is free. It's just so.
Yes, that could be said for a lot of things. So meanwhile, speaking of our little chat group, I believe that when this airs, the Christmas sing-along show will not have aired yet, and I'm so excited for people to see that because of all the different performances we got on the Christmas sing-along. I have to say that when, because I got the pleasure of editing it all together and all that, but when we heard performance, we were blown away. Like the performance that you did of the Christmas song is phenomenal. So I can't wait for people to see it.
Thank you. I mean that sincerely. Like I do think that that's probably one of my better recordings. So I do very much appreciate that. And the reaction was not what I expected. So thank you.
Are you someone that's I mean, like I said, we were like not surprised. I mean, we knew you could sing, but we were just so pleased with the performance when we heard it of your upcoming Christmas sing-along song. And one of the things that that I know sometimes happens is, you know, people put something out there and they don't get the response that they either think it deserves or that they're looking for. They don't get the reaction in a positive sense that they're looking for. Are you someone that's bothered by that? Like, I mean, do you get upset about, you know, I put this out on Twitter and nobody cares? Like,
oh, sure. I think that's natural for anybody who likes attention, who likes the affection that comes with putting things out there, especially when it's something of a real passion for somebody, and this really is a passion for me. It means a lot that anybody responds, frankly. Like, as much as you get discouraged if there's none, even though you try not to, you still get that. But you still get that same high from people who do encourage you or do say something. So it is very nice. And like, just as you were saying, you never know when things are going to go viral. I've done the dumbest things, and that has taken off in ways that I didn't expect.
You know, I mean, one of the things I was coming up with a list of things I wanted to ask you about, and the ridiculousness of being in a giant balloon had to be part of what I asked you about. And I need to find out where that came from. For those of you who have not seen it, you may have seen Manic in suit in a giant, usually it's yellow, right? Yellow.
It all depends on the moment.
Okay.
But yeah, yellow is very common.
I don't even know where you get things like that or how you get into one. But yes, this is Manic the Balloon Cat. Where did this come from?
In all fairness, it came from many years ago. I remember seeing a video. This was during like the beginning of the YouTube heyday. It wasn't anything too crazy. But I remember seeing a video of a guy getting in a balloon that is enormous and sticking his head out the top, and the people around him just laughing hysterically. There's no context for what is going on other than the fact that he was getting into a big balloon and he was just acting the fool. the whole time, and everybody was cracking up. And that video, for some reason, stuck with me for so long. And then many years later, I was like, I wonder if I can do this in suit. And it was just a whim. It was just let's do this because I found it funny. And I got in it. And I have received, it's probably the one thing that I'm known for the most at this point, is people seeing me in a stupid giant balloon.
All right, we'll be back with more with Manic right after this. Welcome back to the show. We're talking with Manic Nucks, and Manic, you are the chairperson of WPAFW.
That's correct.
West Pennsylvania Furry Weekend. I always try to. How do you say? Can you say it as a word? Wapafa?
Sure. Wapafa or Wapafa. Yeah, we're rather we rather enjoy the fact that people can't pronounce it. It's a meme of sorts for the event. So
yes, it's probably the most complicated furry convention name that I can think of. So tell me about that event. I know obviously there wasn't one this year due to COVID. When is it normally held?
Normally it's held in the first weekend of October every year.
Okay.
And it started out as, like most cons, it started out as a barbecue, so to speak. It turned into a bigger event, and then it became Western PA Furry Weekend. And it's been going on. The Furbarbecue started in early 2000s. This has been going on now. I think we're coming up on the 20th anniversary. Don't quote me on a specific date, but it's been going on for 20 years.
Wow.
Since its inception. At least we're getting close to that. We might be at like 18, 19 years, but it's getting very close to that. And the event is, while we call it a con, it's more of an event that's a little bit different because it's a little different than most conventions, as it's not really a convention by the standards of what we know as conventions today. It's held in a large lodge out in a county park. So it's a 2-floor lodge, and then there's a lot to do outside the lodge. The actual plot is a very large plot of land that people can just roam around on. We cook for everybody, and we have a bar that we set up for the event. It's a big wooden structure that we set up for the event, and so anybody who comes as a sponsor, you get unlimited access to local beer and cider and mead, as well as local soda. So we try to do craft brewing, craft sodas, craft mead, and craft cider. And we have a chef who cooks everything from scratch for everybody. It is to support a local animal charity, of course, or a charity of sorts. We like helping the smaller ones because they oftentimes never receive the money that we are able to raise for them in 2 days, and in our 3 days. Sorry.
Who was your charity like the last year?
It was a charity called TSAO. Apparently we have acronym problems here.
Yes. Just pick them. You just looked in the phone book. So this one is impossible to say, just like ours. So let's just choose that one.
The Awesome Spirit of Wildlife. It is an organization that does rescue work and reptiles and amphibians, but they are also working with birds. So they bring in they're a rescue organization for mostly reptiles, and it's a very interesting organization, and they're based about an hour away from Pittsburgh in a place called Slippery Rock, PA. And I believe the first year we had them was about $12,700, and in the mid-20s of donation per person.
So I wanted to ask you about one other thing. Now you do have a passion for old vehicles, right?
I guess to say, especially with vehicles and whatnot, I have an affinity for vehicles that may have not been popular or don't hold the power over the public. Like say, for example, a lot of people love Mustangs. A lot of people love muscle cars. They're fine. They're great. I love them for what they are. But for me, my passion falls into the cars that were oftentimes forgotten, for better or for worse. They weren't bad or they weren't good. They were just forgotten. And I love seeing them on the road because they're usually so rare to see on the road. People go, I remember that. Or what is that? And I love that conversation. That is actually those are some of my favorite conversations to have. What is that? Or I remember that, because you get these stories or you get these questions that just, you learn more about people in what they ask a lot of times and what they want to say just through natural like curiosity than any other way. And I love it.
Be sure to catch Manic with his rendition of the Christmas song with a bunch of friends. I was that really surprised me when he sent me the video. It's like, oh, well, look, I know these people, or I know some of them anyway. And that was really cute. So make sure you watch that tonight on the Fursuiting Holiday Sing-Along. And thank you, Manic. I hope you have a great Christmas, and we'll talk to you soon.
Just to clarify, these are people that see each other all the time. Like, it is a pod. So
we call it our cohort or our bubble.
Yes, it is their bubble. This is a very large, not a large bubble, but it's a small bubble that actually sees each other all the time. So don't worry about people coming together.
Exactly. All right, we'll be back after this.
Thank you, BC.
All donations go to help dogs like Walter. Right, buddy? Say please. Good boy.
On the day that I'm recording this, I found out that somebody I didn't know particularly well, but someone that I had met in person and had communicated online a few times, had died in a car accident. At least that's what was reported. He was, I think he was in, I know he had bought a home in Nevada, though it looks like his death certificate says that his death happened in Iowa. He was a long-haul trucker, so it's entirely possible that he was on the road at the time. I wouldn't have even found out if it wasn't for the fact that someone had posted about the fact that that his fursuit, which he had only had for a short time after waiting about 3 years for it, from what I understand, was going to be auctioned off in an effort to save it from going to just sort of a general auction that someone might just not really appreciate what it is that they're getting. So this person took it upon themselves, who was connected to the person who's looking after the estate, to try to auction it. And I think the auction will be successful. It will have been concluded by the time this airs. But it was kind of sad to think that this individual, who, you know, was a bit of a loner, not necessarily by choice. Part of it was his job. Part of it was the fact that he was a bit of an older gentleman, newer to the furry fandom, and I don't know that he ever really had a lot of connections in furry, and I guess that's the sad part. I think it's always difficult. People come into something like furry looking for a sense of belonging, and I don't know that they always find it. And it's just one of those things where we kind of take for granted that you know, we may have a situation that allows us to have a lot of friends, have a lot of connections, but not everybody necessarily has that. So I hope that Electro Wolf, or Argus, is resting peacefully somewhere. He had also been diagnosed with leukemia back in April, and I had asked him about it a little bit back then, and it was quite new diagnosis-wise, so he wasn't sure what was happening, but it sounds like this accident happened not that long after his diagnosis, so it's obviously sad, and I hope that if anybody takes anything away from this story, is that reach out to people that you know, maybe even the ones that you don't reach out to all the time, because you never know when it will be impossible to do so in the future. All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm here now with our next guest, Sin. So thanks for coming on the show today. One of the things that I've noticed recently is that you kind of, your focus on Twitter, social media, has changed. I know that for a while you were very sort of, you had a YouTube channel that really talked a lot about sports, right?
Yep.
And that's kind of morphed, so you're morphing it into something else. So tell me a little bit about like what direction it is that you're going with your social media and your YouTube channel.
So as a old content creator, I was making sports content based off of like generally football. People who don't know the type of football that I'm talking about, it's the American style, but my passion for it just kind of died out. And ever since the pandemic really started, I've taken up a passion for like, you know, everybody's like, well, 2020 is not my year. Well, it's still my year. Everybody's going through the same stuff, you know? So instead of just quitting, I decided to ramp up my nutrition, and then more so going down the line, I just found out more things that I could do in the kitchen instead of just going out, and it's easy to just order Domino's or something like that. Why don't you just, I find it more, I guess, more rewarding to eat things that I love and find it in a healthier manner. And that kind of just took on its own animal, if you will. And I've gotten a big passion for cooking and nutrition. And I kind of want to share that experience with the world, really, when I relaunch my YouTube channel.
So with that in mind, like you've posted a lot of what you're doing appears to be kind of experimentation.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's not like you're just going to YouTube, someone else's YouTube channel, finding a recipe that you like and then just copying it. Like you're actually experimenting with things and looking at it from a nutritional value perspective, obviously taste perspective, how easy it is to make it. So can you tell me some of like the recipes that you've actually done?
So I grow a lot of my inspiration by just, sometimes I'll just go to the grocery store anymore and I won't even buy stuff. I'll just literally like look and see what I can grow inspiration off of, especially something like my protein ice cream recipes. I'll go down the ice cream aisle and everybody knows whose favorite ice creams are. They got like Ben and Jerry's, Blue Bunny, a couple of others out there. I'll look at those ice cream containers and I'll be like, I could make that myself. And so when I get home, I have an ice cream maker in my kitchen. And one of the big things that I've been doing is just taking whatever I see in the grocery store and just making it myself and trying to find recipe or ingredients for the recipe that will make it lower in calories and make it more filling. So a perfect example is like you see a pint of Ben and Jerry's, it's like this big, and about a pint is like 1,200 to 1,300 calories. Mm-hmm. My ice cream for the same thing would be generally around under 500, more protein and more filling. So you're going to get full after just eating that giant cup of ice cream. It's not just what some of my friends call schmuck servings, but that you actually get full off that and you actually feel satisfied, and you know you don't feel guilty after eating it.
So but what do you replace? Like what do you take? I mean, obviously ice cream is made with
milk,
cream.
So
it's high fat. So
high calorie, high fat. So what do you take out of it and replace it with? That
So
works.
generally, my ice cream recipes, if, for example, like one of my favorite ones to make is an apple cinnamon protein blizzard ice cream. So what I do is I take protein powder. Like I usually find the flavor of the protein powder to be the big thing. So there's an apple cinnamon protein powder that I have to look for specifically. And then I take maybe a dash of cinnamon for extra flavor, some stevia instead of sugar, cashew milk or almond milk instead of regular whole fat milk, because that takes off about 80 to 90% of the calories right there just from one serving, and ice and a thing called guar gum. It helps thicken it up and it makes it like that consistency that you're looking for. And you blend it until it becomes kind of like an ice cream consistency. It can take maybe a minute, can maybe take 2 minutes, depending on, you know, how thick you're really looking at for it to get. And sometimes it also depends on your blender. So you can't go cheap on a blender, honestly.
Okay, we'll be back with more with Sin in just a few moments. Thanks for watching, everybody. Welcome back. We're talking to Sin. What kind of advice do you have for people that are looking at trying to find a way to kickstart their fitness regimen and things? Like, is there something that they can? I mean, a lot of people think they can't do it, right? I mean,
yeah.
I doubted that I could even do keto, for example, because I just love eating bread and rice and pasta and all this stuff, right? Like I love carbs, and I think it's one of the things that we do, right?
Yeah.
So what can you recommend to people that are saying, well, you know, I want to do something, I need to do something. What kind of advice do you have for them?
The big thing I think is just finding what your caloric maintenance is. For me, for example, if I was to sit on my butt all day, my caloric intake would be around 2,280 calories. And so use that as your baseline. And if you are, depending on what your lifestyle is, whether you're active or sedentary, find out what that caloric maintenance is. And if you're trying to lose weight, subtract that caloric maintenance by 500. And then that's, in theory, should help you lose 1 pound a week. And then making sure that you're staying away from processed sugars. So if you look at a label and see, you know, all this added sugar and no other added benefits, like if you, and I hate picking on Addie for this, but eating Oreos,
right?
They ain't gonna do nothing for you, man. So trying to stay away from the processed sugars, because that's what's gonna get that insulin back. It's gonna raise your insulin sensitivities. That's what makes people overweight. And making sure that you get enough protein in your diet, eating lean meats, or finding healthier options. Because as much as we say we like enjoying our pasta, I myself today am making macaroni and cheese later, homemade macaroni and cheese. And the big thing that I've found is the noodles are the big thing. So I don't buy regular noodles. I buy things like chickpea noodles. Those have 23 grams of protein in one serving. Okay. And I make the cheese myself. I use like cream cheese. I use cheddar cheese. I use cashew milk, and you mix it all together and you got your own cheese, and it's going to be better for you. And if you if you portion it out and you mix it right, you could make it healthier for you.
There are some people for which physical activity is a challenge, or they just don't want to do it. They can still benefit from some of the things that you're talking about as far as nutrition and what they eat versus, you know, the stuff that they eat now, which are relatively simple changes if it's a matter of, again, not feeling that you're losing something, right? Like, you know what, I mean, turkey pepperoni sounds pretty good to me instead of regular pepperoni, right? Like, there's got to be things that I would think that people that are unable or unwilling in one way or another to do a lot of physical activity can still benefit from the stuff that you're talking about.
It's a perfect example. My roommates are a perfect example of sedentary lifestyle, and they've lost weight. And it's, like I said, it's calories in, calories out, getting protein, staying away from processed sugar. And I think my roommate Joe, he started at 250. He's down to like 206.
Wow. Okay.
And he sits in his office all day because he works from home.
Okay.
Can't really do anything anyway, but he lost that much weight so far since quarantine. And I think his now wife has also lost the same, about a little bit more weight. And she's just as sedentary as, they're both sedentary.
Okay, well, you and your husband and everybody, hopefully you guys stay safe, stay healthy, and have a great holiday for what it is this year. And hopefully we'll see you at MFF next year.
I hope so too, and I hope there's other cons that I can see everybody at as well. I can't wait because I miss everybody, man. I miss them.
Yeah, I know. I miss them too.
So,
all right, everybody, this is Sin. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back after this.
Hi, I'm Candon McGuffin.
And I'm Marlo. And we're the Hockey Bros.
I make saves on the ice, but you could help save the dogs at Underdog Rescue.
Underdogs Rescue is a not-for-profit organization dedicated to rescuing power breeds such as pit bulls and Rottweilers from shelters across Canada.
Let's do our part and donate what we can to help these dogs find a new forever home.
Just go to underdogsrescue.com and click that donate button.
Welcome back, everybody. My next guest is the co-host of the Radio Rabbit Hole Show, has his own YouTube channel, and is a cartoon historian. Everybody say hello to Star Raccoon. Hey, Star.
Hello. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking.
Excellent. Excellent. So thank you for being on the show. We've talked a lot since the summer, mainly because you've been doing a lot of work for Fursuiting. Well, for me, for Fursuiting. And you've never been to Fursuiting. You've never been up this way as far as I know. But you've become sort of one of our main contributors over the last little while. And all of that is people have heard your voice. You've done voices for various characters for us. And I get a kick out of hearing them all the time. Where did you, why are you so good at doing voices, or what is it that kind of led you to doing a lot of voices and things?
I think what got me interested in doing voices was I've always just kind of been the guy that makes the beep boop sounds at the back of the room, and I tend to mimic people readily in mocking and in just mimicry. And when the opportunity arose, I think I read it somewhere on Telegram that you were looking for people that could step in and provide a voice. And I said, well, yeah, sure, why not? I'll try it out. And you seem to like one of the voices that I did for Sam. And Sam's one of my favorite characters to play for you, by the way. He's a lot of fun. So I think that's what got me, just that I wanted just to try it. And I've always had an elastic voice, or that's what we would call, that's what I call it. It's just an elastic voice, the ability to mimic.
Well, I think one of the interesting things about doing, I can't do voices. They all ultimately sound like me, right? Whereas I notice that what it seems to be when people that can do voice acting, when they can do it, the big difference is that they can actually sound like different people.
Well, it's also the mindset. What you're hearing is you're hearing yourself. When I hear me recorded, I'm hearing myself. I can easily distinguish my voice from if I'm doing any character, if I'm doing any kind of affect, if I'm doing any kind of accent. I immediately just hear my voice. And what I believe is people sometimes don't think they can do voices when they really can. They just need to learn how to unhear themselves.
Okay, that's a good point, because that's the thing. I did the voice for Pip. Originally, I was going to ask you to do it, and then you said, "Well, no, just do your voice, but pitch it up a little bit." And I tried it, and I didn't hate it. So
I like how you did Pip. Pip played very well. You did great on him.
Well, there you go. Thank you. That was part of the news program. So it was kind of like I had to be a newsreader, but I had to also be a tiny dog. So how do you blend those things?
So you just go to YouTube and search Star Raccoon, and you can put the link down below. I'm very fond of saying that, links down below. It's just a YouTube channel that I've done in favor of my character, Star Raccoon. I do certain things, like I do something called Ask a Raccoon, where people can write questions and I answer them in the guise of a raccoon. So if someone says, did you go through my garbage last night? I'll say, yeah, and let's talk about what I found in your garbage. I'm a little concerned about your health. And just trying to make it a little bit funny like that. I do something called Forgotten Theater. I'm starting to do more of those, which are the TV shows that maybe you and I, and well as the audience that's watching us right now, saw when they were younger. So it's those things like one of my favorite television shows as a young child, well, two of them, in fact, are Canadian, The Care Bears, done by Nelvana.
Right.
If you look at Star Raccoon and if you look at Brightheart Raccoon, he's my furry dad. And the other is The Raccoons, that was produced in Canada.
Okay, yep.
So
apparently Canadians, we have a thing for raccoons.
I hear that Toronto definitely loves their raccoon population.
Yes.
So I think I honor those things that have come from the past that have inspired the furries of today. So there's a little bit of Brightheart Raccoon in my character. There's a little bit of Burt Raccoon in my character. There's a little bit of all these characters that have made us furry. I do things like Raccoon on Film, where I talk about the newer stuff like Beastars, or I talk about other things that aren't furry, things that are still interesting, but aren't necessarily furry, like Japan's The Bubblegum Crisis. It's on an anime that was produced in the 1980s.
What do you think about sort of what makes today's furries of what? I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily media that brings new furries in, or do you think it's just furries gotten to a point where as a subculture just brings people in organically?
I'd say organically bringing people in. It's an interesting subculture. It's an incredibly diverse and populated fandom, for lack of a better term. It's a full-on fledged, how many groups I mean, we're right up there with Star Trek. We're right up there with Star Wars. We have our own version of the 501st. We have our own version of Starfleet. But now I get to be myself. And I think to many of the younger furries that have seen maybe cartoons and have been inspired by them, they're coming to the fandom because this is where they can be themselves. They can step out of that uncomfortable bubble. They know that they aren't alone. I mean, when you and I don't know how old you are, but I'm looking at the front side of 40 now. When I was younger, there was no club for me to go hang out downtown where I lived, put on a costume and, try to be myself. So now we have those opportunities, and I'm very grateful to our younger fans that are coming in, to the people that are keeping the fandom alive. Unless you are able to bring in new people and continue to generate interest, we're bound to fail. We're bound to ride off into the sunset at some point, you and I.
I want to know more about this Radio Rabbit Hole show. Your co-host is Romeo Rabbit. Is he the rabbit that's referred to in the name of the show?
Yes. Romeo started the rabbit hole just over 10 years ago as furry internet broadcasting following the Fun Day Paw Pet show. And it was the idea of having furry generated interest in a radio format. So when he started the rabbit hole, it was to highlight furry artists, furry DJs, furry musicians, furry performers that may not have gotten the exposure or the outlet that maybe, you know, everyone else is afforded.
Do you find that as the fandom has gotten so much bigger and there are a lot more opportunities for people to create their own content and put it out there in, you know, myriad ways, do you find that the rabbit hole show is more relevant now, or is it more, I mean, without making it sound like it's bad, but, or do you think it's somewhat less relevant?
I think we are as relevant as when we started, because while there is more and more content being produced, there's still ever only going to be one radio rabbit hole. And that's the nice thing about it. When you come to the rabbit hole now, we've moved away from just music. Now we are furry conversation. Now we are furry music. Now we are doing more and more interviews, and we're able to generate that interest. So we're hoping that many people continue to come to the rabbit hole for another 10 years, or until Romeo decides to throw in the towel and hang up the carrot.
You're in Florida, so Megaplex is obviously the con that's closest to you. What other cons do you typically go to?
I'll go to FWA in Atlanta, Furry Weekend Atlanta. That's about 6 hours driving distance for me. And I have friends and family up in Atlanta that I go visit, so I'm able to go up there a little bit early. You'll be able to typically find me at Midwest Fur Fest, you know. I love Chicago. Now, this is going to sound weird for you. I saw snow for the first time in my life on in the end of November 2018.
I mean, you've never seen snow in person. I mean, you knew the concept.
I know it exists.
You've kind of
I've heard about it.
That, you know, water, cold, falls, it's white. You kind of figure, you just never saw it in person.
I've never had a snowball fight in my whole life, which I have a funny story behind that, because the first time I got to have one, I got racked right where you don't want to get racked. I'd never done a snow angel. I'd never made a snowman. I still haven't. I'd never seen snow drifts. I'd never slipped in.
We've talked to each other so much just in regards to the voicing, the voice acting stuff, that it was nice to actually just get a chance to chat with you and find out more about you and stuff. And I'm hoping that when cons do go back to normal, I will get to meet you and spend a little time with you somewhere down the line. I don't know where that is, but at some
point I owe you a beer, man. I'll buy you a beer.
Root beer for me.
Root beer works.
All right, perfect. So again, thanks for doing this, and we hope that you stay safe, have a good holiday, and you know, I'm sure we'll have some more work for you in the future.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. You have a great night.
Well, that's our show for tonight. I want to again thank our guests, Paco Panda, Manic Nucks, Sin, and Star Raccoon, for giving us some of their time so we put this show together. I want to thank all of you for continuing to support Furry and Furry Tonight and tuning in to watch this broadcast. We'll be back with you as soon as we can in person, and at that time, hopefully, we'll be able to give each other hugs and everything. If you're someone that would like to potentially be interviewed for a future edition of Furry Tonight, feel free to message me. I'm at PC Breakaway on Twitter, Telegram, and I'm always looking for people that have a story to tell that our viewers might want to see. In the meantime, have a safe and happy holiday season. Be healthy, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
Breaking news! What popular Santa was trespassed from a local shopping mall today? If you're thinking that one, you're probably right.
Have you ever been fined for a woo? You might be able to get your money back.
Last minute shopping, we speak to our consumer affairs expert about some great ideas. Good evening, I'm Pip.
Good evening, I'm Wolver Wolf, and here's our top story this evening.
We begin tonight's broadcast with some breaking news. Santa Tiggs has been kicked out of a mall. According to eyewitness reports, the beloved Santa Tiggs was seen at the food court enjoying a beverage in a brown paper bag before heading to the mall's Santa Castle. Once there, he allegedly broke a reindeer statue, shoved a security officer dressed as a snowman, and proceeded to take the empty wrapped display boxes, yelling that, quote, his elves needed a break. Mall security escorted Santa Tiggs from the building and have banned him from returning. For his part, Santa Tiggs said the mall security team are now on his naughty list.
A court battle is brewing over $350 fines being given out for a wooing. A class action lawsuit filed on behalf of wolves, huskies, and other canine furries claims that the city's no wooing law and fines issued for breaking that law are unconstitutional and infringe on free speech. The plaintiffs are seeking damages in the amount of the fines levied, plus interest, as well as $800 for any individual who joins the suit. No one from the city was made available for comment due to the pending litigation.
Pharmaceutical company Merck has developed what they claim is the world's first werewolf transformation pill. The new medication, which still requires regulatory approval before being made available to the public, is said to change the user into a werewolf. Each dose will reportedly cost upwards of $10,000, and the transformation will last approximately 4 hours. They cautioned that if someone experiences a transformation lasting more than 4 hours, they should seek medical attention. When asked why they were even working on such a drug, a spokesperson responded, "Why not? You know how many furries would take this stuff?"
With conventions on hold for the foreseeable future, a trend in virtual cons has exploded, with dozens of conventions holding virtual reality events for attendees. In an event to increase the realism of these events, some virtual conventions are adding scent as an additional sense that will create an even greater sense of realism. Organizers of the VRF virtual convention are offering special nozzle attachments to VR goggles that have a bank of scents which will be released in aerosol form for the appropriate time. These special odors include crowded room party, lion stench, and unwashed fursuit, which apparently is not to be confused with the also available musky husky.
Gift delivery may be in jeopardy this year as some of Santa Tiggs' reindeer are unhappy with their working conditions and are protesting what they feel is unfair treatment by the company contracted to supply their services to Santa. Members of the United Workers Union are setting up informational picket lines at some locations, hoping to get the message across to the general public. They say that they will escalate their pickets to a full-fledged walkout by Christmas Eve if their concerns go unheard.
Well, we're here today to raise some awareness, eh? A lot of people think it's one day of work a year, you get to travel around the world, but there's a lot more to it than that, you know.
Santa Tiggs' spokesperson said in a statement that they support the reindeer in their efforts for better working conditions and will work with the contractor to come to a successful resolution. Santa Tiggs contracted out services back in 2017 after a corporate restructuring.
Developers of the popular game Among Us are releasing a real-life version of this game meant to be played at room parties. The play of the game will mirror the online version where individuals are asked to leave the room party one by one based on the feelings of the other players. When hearing about this, one popular furry said that they already do this at their room parties, but they did not realize it was a game.
In shocking news to many, no Twitter furry drama occurred today. Experts say that this will likely result in double the amount of drama tomorrow, when someone will suggest that fursuits with more than 2 colors should be banned, and dozens of fursuiters with fursuits with more than 2 colors will take the bait and freak out.
In entertainment news, MacGuffin Films has announced that due to the ongoing pandemic, they have pulled their planned theatrical releases from movie theaters and instead will be streaming them on Netfox. Among those films headed to streaming, I Know You Didn't Do Anything at All Last Summer, and Furry Woman 1984.
I think I might have to check that last one out.
Yeah, it sounds like it might be good.
I guess we'll see.
Will the West Coast remain warm and sunny? We'll find out in Shelby's weather forecast after the break.
It's donations to Underdogs that help families like mine find the missing family members, like Beasley.
Good evening. I'm Shelby Husky with the Furry Meteorology Team to bring you your intercontinental weather outlook for the next 24 hours. Starting on the East Coast, we have an area of low pressure moving in off the Atlantic, which will bring the potential for freezing rain and a 60% chance of furries. Meow, moving down the eastern United States. In the tri-state area, a lingering high pressure area will make for clear skies and light winds for the next couple of days. That will extend across the Great Lakes into the Midwestern United States, which can expect similar conditions. Heading down to the Carolinas, an area of low pressure moving up through the Gulf of Mexico is expected to bring with it moderate to heavy precipitation, so we can expect it to be raining cats and dogs for at least the next 48 hours. Heading across to the western side of the United States, the high and low pressure areas appear to be randomly moving now with absolutely no rhyme or reason, implying variable conditions through the Las Vegas area. Now in typical newscaster style, I'll make pointless swooping gestures with my paw before we move into the prairie region where we have an Arctic high pressure area moving in, which is expected to bring clear and sunny skies all the way into the upper part of the region for the next day or so until this area of low pressure from the Gulf of Alaska slides in and across the region, bringing warm moist air which will bring a 60% chance of precipitation. I want to take a moment to remind everyone that I'm just a dog and have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. Let's look at the weather conditions for tomorrow. Vancouver can expect mostly sunny skies with scattered cloud cover and high winds throughout the day, tapering off into the evening and the overnight as the low pressure area starts to die out. Washington State, former home of rainforest, can expect moderately clear and sunny skies for once. Chance of furries is minimal for the foreseeable future. Moving down the coast into Northern California region, we continue to see mild conditions which can be expected across into Nevada and Utah, both of which are seeing above average seasonal conditions for this time of year. Now into central Alberta, we can expect to see frosting with glazed conditions making for a slippery commute into work. Back into the Dakotas, we can expect heavy snowfall, poor visibility, and low overcast ceilings. These conditions are expected to persist and push down through Nebraska before tapering off into Kansas and Oklahoma just in time for the start of the work week. Back up into the Midwest again, in the Twin Cities region, variable conditions are expected to persist well into the coming week. These conditions are expected to deteriorate moving across the Great Lakes into Ontario, where that low-pressure region is going to bring more precipitation, which is expected through Quebec and up into the Maritimes. Folks out east can expect to see rain, which will gradually turn into the white stuff. And yes, I do mean snow. Looking at your temperatures now across North America, Ontario can expect average seasonal temperatures around minus 20 degrees centigrade. Saskatchewan can expect cold conditions and severe boredom as the snow continues into next week, as I point randomly at a spot in the middle of the province. Similar conditions expected for Alberta as we move across the Rockies into the Vancouver area, those sunny skies bringing warmer conditions all the way up the BC coast. Moving through Washington and Oregon into the Bay Area, seasonal temperatures can be expected throughout California. Over Nevada, it looks like our luck is changing. Either that or a volcano just erupted. Just kidding, folks. Warm air coming across through the mountains will make for similar conditions through Nevada. The Midwest can expect cold and snowy conditions ranging between 10 degrees and hell freezing over as that area of low pressure continues to hang around. Back into Colorado, temperatures are expected to be above average for this season, reaching a high of 50 degrees. Texas and Oklahoma will see seasonal temperatures as well. Warm temperatures are expected down through the Carolinas and down into Georgia and Florida, though rainy conditions throughout the day may put a damper on your weekend plans. Back up into the Midwest and the tri-state area, cooler temperatures will prevail with that high-pressure area causing variable cloudiness and the possibility of isolated rain showers throughout the Pittsburgh area. I'm Shelby, your weather dog, signing off and wishing you happy holidays.
If you think fursuits are pricey now, just you wait. That's what some fursuit makers are saying as they cope with the shortage of faux fur used to make the suits. Activists forced the closure of several faux fur farms, including 2 of the 3 largest suppliers, earlier this year, which have made the most popular faux furs scarce, driving up the prices to record levels. Suit makers suggest they may need to try other materials such as shag carpet in order to try to meet demand.
It seems that Sin City is taking an interest in furries. The Bellagio Resort and Casino in Las Vegas is taking bets in their sportsbook on which furry convention will be the first to allow to be held in North America after the pandemic. The director of wagering says that the field is wide open.
We've had a lot of interest from furries and non-furries alike when the first post-COVID convention's going to be. Just goes to show you that they'll take any bet.
With the end of the year rapidly approaching, Underdogs Rescue Society is putting out the call for help in the form of donations. They say that 2020 has been an extraordinarily challenging year for fundraising, and while they've stopped taking in any dogs, those currently in foster care still require supplies and regular vet care, which is a drain on the finances. If you can help, please go to underdogsrescue.com and donate what you can.
You know, Furry's been working with Underdogs since 2016. I've even adopted a dog that we fostered, and he's such a good dog.
Well, that's the thing. There are so many rescue dogs that need a good home.
Maybe you'll get one next.
You never know.
A little later in sports, find out who won the FLB Home Run Derby.
Hi, I'm Naboa. Did you know that when Underdogs Rescue places a dog in a foster home, they supply everything that the foster home could possibly need? Everything from the food, a large crate, vet visits, training sessions, and more are all covered by Underdogs. But all those things cost money, and with no furry and COVID-19 lingering, Underdogs has had very little in the way of donations this year, which makes it very hard for them to keep helping their dogs. This is why we're asking you to donate whatever you can to Underdogs by going to underdogsrescue.com and click on that donate button. You'll make a difference, and the doggies will thank you for it. Thank you.
Welcome back. We're here with our consumer affairs expert, Ruff Colley, and he's going to be telling us a bit about last-minute Christmas gift ideas. So, Ruff, we're just a few days away from Christmas. Some of our viewers maybe haven't finished their shopping. What kind of last-minute gifts can you suggest that would be great for furries?
Well, thanks for having me on the show here, Pip. It's a fabulous opportunity to be here and show off some of these great gifts for the holidays. I know I'm excited about the holidays this year. How about you?
It's not too bad. I mean, it's going to be a little different with COVID and all that.
That's right, it certainly is. And we need to have some joy again in our lives, because, after COVID. So let's do that.
So why don't you tell us about some of the things you brought to show us?
Now for traditional Christmas gift giving, there's always the gift that you can give anyone that has it, but everyone still always loves it. It is, you'll never guess, balls! Now, who doesn't love a good ball, right?
Oh, I do.
These are fantastic gifts. They're easy to find. They're great for that last minute gift for someone that you might have missed on your Christmas gift list originally, but still want to find something for them at that last minute.
So where do you get a ball like that?
Well, this is easy to find anywhere. You can pretty much go to any sporting goods store, or you can go to the mall, or wherever you like. They're very easy to find, and they're very economical as well. They come in several different shapes and sizes and colors. Well, probably not such shapes because they're balls, but you know, balls.
They might be difficult to wrap, I can imagine.
Well, maybe. It might be a little bit of a giveaway as to what they are, but you can always get creative.
That's what gift bags are for.
Exactly. Yes, that's right.
Okay, what's next? What else did you bring?
Well, another popular gift, it seems to have been picking up steam on the fashion scene in the past few years, are sunglasses.
Oh yes, sunglasses.
And there are many different styles that you can get too. Regular ones, or you can get the fancier ones. And this is something that you know is very handy to have. It's a really good fursuit accessory to have, but also, if it is actually sunny out, they do help with that, and they look just really cool when you're out and about. Even with not many events these days, we can still wear them around the house, and they just make you look really cool, and they're oh so fashionable. They're fabulous.
And they protect against UVA and B.
Yes, they do, and you can even get them polarized, and those are good as well. So yeah, sunglasses, fantastic gift. They may not be the cheapest gift giving out there, but they're worth every penny.
What else have we got here?
So another gift item that furries seem to love is bandanas.
Ooh.
And like sunglasses, these come in many styles and colors and patterns. Well, sunglasses don't come in patterns, but I digress. But basically, you can find a bandana to fit any furry character. It's their personality. They're just really neat. And these are super handy because they're so easy to get. So many places sell them, and so inexpensive, and they look great.
All right. Well, just in case any of you see Toby in the shot, he's our little visiting dog. He's one of our interns. He's still learning the ropes right now, so if you see him, this is perfectly normal. He's just our studio dog. All right, let's continue on. Here, I'll put those away for you. Thank you very much.
So another good one, and I know there are some of you really into this kind of thing, are inflatables. And you can get all different kinds of inflatables. You know, there's not just donuts, but you can get all sorts of things. We even had a fire hydrant inflatable here, but Toby, the intern, found it, and well. Anyway, they're really something nice, and as I say, some furries really seem to enjoy these. So if you have a friend on your list that is one of those people, I'm sure they'd love it very much if you got them one of these.
So, can these be used as flotation devices?
Oh, well, possibly. I mean, it depends on your size of the inflatable and the size of the furry, I suppose. But I'm sure you can get away with riding one of these, right?
At the very least, it'd be comfy sitting in it, right?
Oh, for sure. They're handy. And what's nice about them is that when you deflate them, they're very small, easy to put away, so easy to wrap as a gift. They'll be really easy to put inside of like a small box or even an envelope.
All right, okay. What about for the foodie fur? What do you have for that?
That is a good question, Pip. So definitely, I mean, everyone likes food, right? I mean, who doesn't love food? So what you can do is, well, there are several options for them. Now we can either go with something sweet or we can go with something salty. But either way, both of these are good. So here's a piece of bacon, which is
tasty.
Really nice. And then on the sweet side, here's a cookie, for example, but you can get plenty of other types of sweets.
What about bacon-wrapped chocolate chip cookies?
Well, you could be creative. There's always a fabulous possibility. Take a bacon, take a chocolate chip cookie, and then wrap them together, and that's a good idea.
But chocolate is not good for dogs.
That's what everybody says. But like speaking from a dog's perspective, I still like chocolate. I don't know about you, Pip, but I still love chocolate because, we like to try everything, right?
But our intern probably shouldn't have any chocolate.
Probably not. Maybe not for him. Mainly because he's a bit younger and smaller and stuff.
Okay. What about the non-physical gift ideas? So if you're thinking about something a little bit more creative, something more from the heart, what do you have for that?
Well, sure, Pip, I have lots of suggestions for our viewers on that. The big one is hugs.
Hugs, yeah, I remember those. Oh, it's been so long.
Those things are easy to give if you're in person with somebody. But now because of COVID, you might not be seeing your friends. But you know what? You can always go online and do that Star Hugs Star. And then you can give your friends an online hug that way. It's very thoughtful for you to do and for them.
What about things like art?
Absolutely, you can. If you have a favorite artist out there, and your friends like that artist as well, you can commission them, and I'm sure that they'd both appreciate that very much, because with COVID, our artists aren't being able to sell at conventions right now, and it might be affecting their income. So it really helps them out if you and your friend will like that too.
Alright, well, you know what? This has been great. I've got a bit more Christmas shopping to do myself, so I'll take some of your ideas and get on it. Or maybe I'll just buy some of the stuff right here.
That'd be fabulous. It's easy to buy this stuff. Maybe you can even buy this stuff right here, so I don't have to take it home with me and re-gift it all.
Well, this has been our Consumer Affairs Specialist, Ruff, and we'll be back after this.
Happy holidays!
During this March, Vernal Equinox presents their first ever virtual event, Pixel Perfect.
What's it going to have? Are we talking panels, art?
Panels, art streams, gaming, and much more.
What about dealers? I've been looking for artists.
Roam the dealer's den, jam all night to our amazing DJs, or just chill with your friends.
Next thing you're going to tell me you guys built a VR world just for the event.
You can even explore the VR world we built just for the event.
Okay. Can I just meet friends and play games if I want?
Yep.
And I don't suppose you have a
dedicated Discord server where you can meet and find people to chat and play games with? Got that too.
Wow, that does sound really cool.
Sure does. Come join the fun in 2021. Vernal Equinox presents Pixel Perfect, March 19th, 20th, and 21st.
Stripes at the Furry TV Sports Center. There were 4 games of the National Furry League last night, including a huge showdown between the unbeaten Lions and the 4-2 Tigers. The Tigers got on the board early as the Lions were still waking up from their 3 o'clock nap. On the ensuing play, the Lions managed to score after the Tigers knocked the ball off the table for no reason. It was all tied up after the first half. Then, in the third quarter, controversy resulting from when 2 Lions began fighting each other, which allowed the Tigers to score again. Seconds left on the clock, and the Lions have the ball, hoping to tie it up to take it to overtime. But interception, and the Tigers win this one 21-15. Other scores last night: Raccoons steal one from the Bucks 19-17. The Eagles are grounded by the Dragons 42-8, and Bears top Otters 14-1. In golf, the final stop on the FGA was in Iowa this weekend. We pick it up in the final round, par 5, 11th, with Cryptic Dragon with a nice drive. Part of the same foursome, Vonder also gets on the green, but gets into some trouble where he ends up 5-putting it for a quintuple bogey. What are you doing, Wolf? Ouch!
That was one big stroke.
On the final hole, the father and son Noboas play for the championship, with Junior missing his putt for the win. Noboa just needs to sink this 2-footer, but he misses! Oh no! He's so angry with himself, he takes it out on the camera. Just cats knocking over things, I suppose. Tryouts are being held by the National Ball Association this week, with prospects working out at their own homes due to restrictions caused by the global pandemic. League Commissioner Ed B. Colley told Fursuiting TV News that the safety of their athletes is paramount, and they would work with local health officials to ensure that they are meeting all safety guidelines. In baseball news, at the Furry League All-Star festivities, the canines beat the felines, but no one really cares because it's all about the home run derby. Several star players absolutely crushed it in the aforementioned derby, including the powerful Exile Haskun with his bat flip. Nikomon also hit a ball or two, and finally, Noboa, fresh off his golfing loss, wins the derby with that dinger. Meanwhile, I just wanted to let you know I'm doing the sports because with COVID, league sports aren't happening, so I'm out of a roughing job. But I'll be fine, so you all stay safe, healthy, and I'll be back to call penalties on you before you know it. And that's a look at sports. Thanks, Stripes. I guess that's all for the news.
Thank you for tuning in.
Hey, have you ever wondered what reindeer do to get ready for the big night? Well, you're about to find out. Have a good night. See you next time.
Stay fuzzy. Have a good night.
This is Fursuiting TV.